seems to circle the other. As you go, you remain a stranger to me, to you. But our pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over right now, but expect to forget about it. Watches the breeze, burns gold and smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart from them. You can't tell either. Will we love or fall in deeper? Tell me, darling, what is it you want? How the mind doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Going altered by the moment, dear. And as the days turn idle, sweet on survival, I'm on fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be saved without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. It's out of my control. You set the play in motion. Couldn't be a bigger ocean. Tell me, darling, is this what you want? Oh, and all you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. So very clever, leaving me to wonder what you hide. I hope you find what you've been looking for. Trust me, I don't wanna feel no more. easy. There's no need to scream and shout. As far as I can see, my head thinking somehow you to leave in peace. As far as I can see, my head thinking somehow you to leave in peace. Stop. The memories flood in my head, just like the waves, babe, we were endless. Drowning in your eyes, pull me in your tide. Do you still remember all the shit we used to do? The drunken walks at 2 a.m. in high school. Slipping away before your eyes are into the night. It feels better when you're frozen inside my mind. Till the clock runs out of eyes on you. When the sun goes down, it's just too soon. Won't you take me away? Oh, I can't refuse it. Give me your soul before you lose it. Will it last until tomorrow? It's fading now, I don't know. When you're young and wild, there's still our eyes on you, they're watching over. Keep your composure, be your controller. Circle round and round we went, could you take me home again? Fireworks all in your eyes, telling me that it's alright. Till the clock runs out of eyes on you. When the sun goes down, it's just too soon. Won't you take me away? Oh, I can't refuse it. Give me your soul before you lose it. Do you remember when you walked away? When all of our embers became ashes of grey. But I've been going time again and time again. I hope that you will see my heart too. But you don't remember me like I remember you. Like I remember you. I've been searching for the do you remember when you said you'd stay? When all of our memories kept us feeling okay. I know that you've been crying again, but time again I tried my best to be there for you. But you don't remember me like I remember. All right, let's jump into it. Hello, welcome. How are you doing today? Thanks for tuning in. It is very windy here in Dallas, Texas right now, so if you hear some weird sounds in the background, it might be the wind howling against the windows. It's been pretty intense. There's like gusts getting up to 50 miles an hour, so it's pretty wild. Hello, welcome. Thank you guys very much for being here. Hi, Lucy. We got Charity and Brainy and Blawwolf, Sam Millennium, Angel Besitos, 71. That is wild. The wind isn't the only thing that's howling. That's right. Ricky and Lucy are howling too. That's right. How'd you know? How'd you know? Apparently they don't. Apparently they do howl when I'm not at home. But if there's someone else taking care of them, oh hello. If there's someone else taking care of them, and that person is at the house and I am not, apparently Ricky throws a fit. So, hi, how you doing? So, plans for today, I guess I'm going to start this week. This week, I won't be able to stream on Thursday because I'm busy with work. So we're doing it tonight. I was going to try and stream last night, but time just kind of got away from me. So we're streaming tonight for the week. I will be busy the next like 5 days. Going to work like a 50-hour week, apparently, is what I'm scheduled for. Not looking forward to it, but we're going to get through it and we'll be all right. So tonight is the weekly stream for this week, and there's apparently a lot of new stuff that came out today. There's a developer stream this morning about Act 2 for Destiny, so we're going to watch that. We might watch it on like 1.2x speed. I hear a lot of good rumblings amongst the community about what they announced, so I'm excited to see it. And if you don't know about it yet either, you can find out too. And then we may do a little bit of stuff after that. If you have any ideas for what you'd be interested in watching as a stream for Destiny, I'd love to get some feedback or advice. I have some ideas. I just want to see if my ideas, if we're on the same page, or if you guys have good ideas, or if you have like feedback, that'd be cool. But Dad, I must go with you. That is exactly. They both have separation anxiety, so it's difficult for me to go on like trips or anything like that. But I think they do better when they go to like a dog. I don't know. I can't decide if they do better when they go somewhere else like a doggy hotel, or if they stay at home and just someone comes over and takes care of them. And one way they stay at home, but Ricky throws a fit apparently, and if Ricky goes to the doggy hotel, apparently he's fine. Sometimes he hangs out with the other dogs and sometimes he doesn't. It just depends. But he's just so afraid of everything. I feel bad for him. But he's a good boy. Post a little video of them on Instagram as a story if you need your daily puppy fix. All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. How are you guys doing? Hope you're doing well. Let me know how things are going. 2 streams in less than 7 days. Look at us go. Look at us go. Look at us go. ASMR voice for 5 to 10 minutes. Well then, we can turn our attention now to the Destiny 2 Heresy Act 2 developer live stream. Some of you may recognize these folks. They work at Bungie, and we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna put in my headphones so I can hear. This live stream took place earlier today at 10 a.m. Pacific time, a mere few hours before us
Sam Millennium, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the redemption. Oh, we need to pause the music, don't we? Let's pause the music. There we are. And now we can truly enjoy the developer goodies here. Handing out cookies today. It's been a wild day at work. That sounds like I was like, why? What makes handing out cookies a wild day at work? And then I realized you were probably being sarcastic. Unless there was something that caused the handing out of cookies at work. All right, let's go ahead and dive into this D2 developer livestream. I know that there's some type of Into the Light style event that's coming up. I believe Moments of Triumph are now live. And then I think there's something else happening too, and that's about all I know. So here we are, free samples. Gotta refill the trays. Oh, delicious. Delicious. Here we are, let's jump in.
Guardians, hello. It's good to see y'all again. Welcome back to beautiful Bungie HQ here in Bellevue, Washington, where we come to you from a crisp, cold morning to share a little bit of what's to come with Heresy Act 2, and just for fun, a little bit of a sneak peek to what's to come with Act 3 as well. My name's Andy. I work on the social media team here, and worry not, we've got, as usual, an amazing cast of guests to go ahead and walk through some of the finer details of what you're going to be seeing today. So, as always, there's no time like the present. Let's go ahead and dive on in and get them introduced so we can go ahead and show you what we got in store. Here, sitting to my left, up first, is someone who, if you joined us last time, is someone that you may have already known, rather. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and just make sure we get right to your intro. Someone that you may already know, narrative architect here at Bungie, the one and only Mr. Nico Stevens. Nico, how's it going today, man?
It's going great. Thanks for having me, Andy. How are you doing?
I'm doing so well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you have the
So for
beard
anyone
last
that maybe
time?
didn't join us last time or isn't aware of what a narrative architect does, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Sure. So like I said, my name's Nico Stevens. I'm narrative architect at Bungie. I've been here since Season of Dawn, and basically I contribute to all the stories that people play through, whether it's text, lore, gun names, building out the actual beats of the story. And as the architect, more recently, what I've been doing is kind of putting together the player journey, as we call it, that the player experiences as they go through the beats of like a main campaign.
Yeah. So you're tugging our heartstrings months in advance at times. Excellent. Well, thank you. It's been a lot of heartstring tugging so far this episode. Sitting next to him, we have a new face joining us today, a senior designer here at Bungie, Quentin Quinones-Resin. Quentin, how's it going, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me here on the couch.
Absolutely. Thanks for taking the time to join us. This is your first time joining us, so really quickly, second first time is the first. For anyone that doesn't know you or doesn't get the privilege of working with you here at Bungie, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Sure. Yeah, I am an activity designer. I've been with Bungie since the Beyond Light expansion, and I've worked on, for example, the Altars of Summoning activity in Season of the Witch and the Breach executable from Episode Echoes.
Very exciting. And of course, some more stuff we'll be diving into here just very shortly. And then, of course, sitting just next to him, a man that is a friend to all Guardian kind and needs no introduction. So we're not going to give him one. Let's go into the show. I'm just kidding. Sitting next to him is, of course, the incomparable one and only Mr. Dylan Gaffner.
Me and Chris, we played some Trials this past Friday, like around the time, like an hour or two after Trials opened up for the day. And we matched up against DMG and some other Bungie employees and got absolutely trounced. But I did get one solid kill on DMG, and I feel honored to have been gifted the opportunity to get thoroughly smashed by him and the other Bungie employees. It's a highlight of my month.
Global community lead here at Bungie. Dylan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for your 15-minute Rick Kakis intro. I'm very much looking forward to it.
I tried to edit it down, as you can tell. So for anyone that may not have worked with you or your team in the wild world of social media, or is just somehow meeting you for the first time, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, so Dylan Gaffner, DMGO4, as many know, Breadmaster, the guy that says we're listening. Ultimately.
Yeah, I've got the speed on 1.25x because it's an hour-long live stream, and so I'd like to get through it faster than an hour. So if that's okay. I also got the captions on in case you need. But yeah, 1.25x.
I'm a community lead here for Destiny, top of the team, where we run all the TWIDs, we make sure Guardians are informed, we take your feedback, pass it along to the dev team. But most importantly, we try to act as like the seat at the table for players. So if there's feedback, if there's conversation around something, or, oh, hey, excitement around activities, we make sure that voice is heard in all the meetings that we go to.
Excellent. Well, thank you, as always, for being a voice of the player here in our hallowed halls. We do appreciate it. And in addition to these fine folks, we're also going to have some other folks joining us throughout the show. It's a pretty jam-packed one, so we'll make sure to introduce them as they come along. But worry not, that's just not me summoning them into existence. We have a ton of folks here to show you what's in store. So let's go ahead and kick things off. Nico, I'd love to go ahead and start with you. Obviously, we're going to go ahead and be concluding Act 1 of episode Heresy here very briefly and leading into Act 2. Before we kick off Act 2, can you just tell us a little bit about what got us here today?
Yeah, so as people who've been playing know, we had an echo that came from the Pale Heart, came screaming out from the death of the witness, slammed into the Dreadnought. This revivified Oryx in the form of the Echo of Navigation. We found that during the finale.
There's probably going to be some spoilers. If you haven't played the end of the season, which I have not, but I'm okay with it. Just giving you a heads up. Too late a little bit, but I have not finished. I think I'm like 1 or 2 weeks behind, but like at this point, like it's fine. I'd rather just like listen and get excited about sometimes I enjoy knowing what's going to happen, because then I can enjoy how they did the thing. So like if I know such and such, if I know we get from point A to point B, I'm now not focused on where are we going. I'm now focused on like, how do we get there? Whether it's a game or a movie or whatever. And I get to enjoy or like change my focus. It's a different experience. I get to focus on how do we get there? What are the like mechanics, or what are the character decisions or character growth or whatnot? How do we get from point A to point B? So I just want to give you guys a heads up. If you haven't completed the seasonal narrative yet, there'll probably be spoilers. Like I didn't know that, but I'm fine with it. I'm excited.
Of our first act, and over the course of searching for it, we delved deeper into the Dreadnought, started uncovering taken powers, and we met searching for it.
Go back for that
during the finale, revivified Oryx in the form of the Echo of Navigation. We found that during the finale of our first act, and over the course of searching for it, we delved deeper into the Dreadnought, started uncovering taken powers, and we met an enemy of the Dread who has taken something from us.
Interesting. And also, in addition to our enemies, there's an ally of ours that had a very difficult start to the story. Are we going to be seeing more of Eris's story as we dive in?
So was he not talking about the Dread who took something from us? Is that not taking Eris from us, or is that
into Act 2?
Yeah, so let's see. So back in Act 1, anybody who's playing through that first mission, you recognize that we had to change Eris's class designation from Lightless Hunter to Shish Kebab.
How dare you?
But in Act 2, you're going to be hearing some whispers from beyond the veil as you're going through Nether, as you're going through Court, and as you're exploring those activities and exploring the Dreadnought more, you're going to be picking up some of these messages and hopefully being able to reach beyond that and see what's on the other side. And for our eagle-eyed players who played through the first act and saw that cutscene where Eris died, they see her wake up in this ascendant world, very much resembling a throne world.
Yeah, there's been some educated guesses in that direction, but obviously there will be a lot of lore to dive into, so Vase, if you're out there, maybe you can help us out and kind of tell us a little bit more about what's to come. Excellent, so that sets the stage, but we're also gonna go ahead and dive into an activity here. We've got some gameplay ready to show on screen. Quentin, we've got a new activity that we're gonna go ahead and release with Act 2.
New activity.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the Court of Blades is?
Sure. Yeah, Court of Blades. When we were talking about bringing back the Dreadnought, obviously we're going to pay some sort of homage to the fan favorite activity, the Court of Oryx, that occurred in this space. But we wanted to freshen it up. And we wanted to explore, what does Destiny look like right now? And so taking that.
I'm gonna slow down a little bit here.
And adding to that a lot of the activities recently have been sort of longer form, maybe a little stressful. We wanted to create a shorter, quicker activity that folks can just come and slay out for 10 minutes and have fun.
Exciting. So, as we go ahead and check out the Court of Blades, there's a lot of new augments available to players too. Actually, if we can really quickly look, there's some hive statues around. Can you tell us about the augments that players are going to have available to them as they go ahead and try and build their loadout for this activity?
Sure. Yeah. What we wanted to do was to take some inspiration from the sort of roguelike things that we've been exploring over the last couple of years.
Which I've been really I've been loving the roguelite elements that they've been putting in. I'm a big fan of the Hades game, and that's probably one of the first roguelikes that I've really dived into and gotten a lot of experience with. And it's been such a fun concept to play around with. And I love what Destiny has been doing, Bungie's been doing, putting that stuff into Destiny.
Destiny.
Also, this bow with the purple looks sick. Do we have that? We don't have that yet, right?
Yeah.
Making sure that each run feels unique and challenging in its own way. And so what we've borrowed the concept of augmentations from Onslaught. So players will see those, and they're a little different in this case, where they provide challenges that that players may be able to overcome in other ways. So they're simple mechanically. A single player could go and complete the augmentation, but you might be able to just DPS the boss, pop your super, that sort of a thing,
right.
As a way to overcome that challenge. In addition, we've got sort of a randomized set of armaments that players will be able to purchase between phases that will allow them to combat those challenges a little bit.
All right, let's say we unleash our fire team here as we continue to go ahead and sort of explore what this has to have, or has to offer rather. But in addition to the augments, there's also going to be some hazards that the Guardians are going to be going up against as well. You know, it's not all going to be just fun and games and building your powerful loadout. Like these folks are here to go ahead and resist you at every turn. What's it going to be like building, you know, your loadouts as you go into this? Are you going to be able to just set one up for the week and move along, or?
So the way this is going to work, the augmentations, the challenges that get applied, start to stack the more that you play the activity. And so you might get a really good combination that's very easy for you to blow through. Sometimes you're going to get a really bad combination of a certain boss or a certain augmentation that don't work well together.
Yeah.
But we wanted players to have some opportunities to maybe shortcut those, or maybe combine a couple of the armaments that they can purchase and find a really cool combo. And so the armaments will actually rotate on a daily basis with the hope that there'll be sort of a meta that generates each day and then refreshes.
So as we had our fire team hop through that portal, Nico was like, "Ooh,
I know.
what do we got? What do we got?"
I had the same reaction actually. So these arenas are going to take place obviously across the system. Nico, can you tell us about the eagle-eyed folks in chat? Obviously, are kind of calling out where they believe that was. Can you go ahead and confirm to us where that arena was?
So the title of that area that you saw was Remnant of Silver, and that is on.
This gentleman bears a striking resemblance to Dado from this side profile.
On Io. It is in the cradle area where the Tree of Silver Wings was.
Yeah.
And as players know, we have seen Mars come back, we've seen Titan come back, we've heard of Mercury, even though we haven't gone back and revisited it yet. Io is really the only one that we haven't really talked about at all. And that's because Io is still trapped between worlds, and right now it is in the Ascendant Plane, fully enveloped by it. And Oryx, through the Echo of or as the Echo of Navigation, I should say, is kind of reaching out to these places of paracausal power, reaching out to Io for this place of darkness, Hive worship, as you see here.
Yeah.
The Hive have like massive connections to the darkness, obviously. And then one of the arenas that you haven't seen yet is on Europa, which is the first place that we encountered stasis through Clarity Control, and it is a huge font of dark energy.
So I'm confused, and I'm sure we'll find this out later. The boss has a white shield bar. However, they are doing damage even without having removed the white shield bar. And that's true for other enemies in the previous skirmish and for this skirmish as well. And so I'm confused how they're doing damage, but yet the boss still has a shield.
Yeah, I can see why they would want to, why Oryx would connect with those places certainly, but no, it's really exciting to get to go back to Io. I think obviously Chad had the same reaction that I had when it was like, it showed on screen for the first time.
I've been there.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah.
So when we're going through these arenas, like you were talking about the challenges and the difficulty, with the Court of Blades, are we going to see similar mechanics to Nether, like the health scaling or things like that, or how's it different?
We will not be seeing the health scaling and health mechanics from the Nether, so that's a bit of a load off people's minds. This is intended to be a bit more of a less stressful, more fun activity, but the difficulty does escalate after every 2 challengers. And so what we want to do, we've created these sort of light mechanics. You know, what you're not going to see is true raid level experience. This is not a replacement for Pantheon, that sort of a thing. We want it to be match made. We want it to be go in and have fun. The mechanics that you can buy as armaments sometimes will provide antidotes or shortcuts to the mechanics that you're seeing as augmentations. Some of them you may recognize from the Nether. Some of them are going to be brand new, and a few of them are actually going to be things that we've taken from some favorite old exotics, such as
Taken, as we see on the screen.
Sure.
Sorry.
How dare you?
such as we've taken the effect from sunbracers off, and that is a thing that you can actually purchase within this this activity using the currency, and maybe combine that with something that increases ability regeneration, or maybe you see a couple of arc flavored armaments and you decide on this run I'm going to use those.
Yeah.
So it's about mixing and matching and finding what works on a particular
a lot of chances to
run.
really exemplify your build. So also there's, in addition to kind of the standard run through that we're seeing right here, is there a higher difficulty mode available as well?
Sure, yeah. For people who like a little bit more of a challenge, we're going to have an expert version of the activity. Both will actually be a really good place to find the Act 2 weapons that will drop more often in both versions of the activity, but the adept versions will only drop in the expert mode.
Got it. Okay, so good reason to go ahead and make sure you got your build all tightened up. You're focusing on those augmentations and just, you know, really go ahead and try and slay out. I think honestly, I'm just going to steal your phrasing there because I can't think of anything better.
Sure.
To that end as well, Nico, we're going up against. You were mentioning at the end of Act 1, Zivu and Savathun were none too happy with Oryx's answer and demeanor towards us. Who are we going up against as we go ahead and fly through this activity?
Yeah, so a little bit of a refresher. The finale, we walked in, we saw the Echo of Navigation, and this is where Oryx learns that we killed him in the Taken King.
Yeah.
And his response is, "You killed me? Very cool."
Yeah.
I'm super into that.
Refreshing. I was like, whew, finally one less hive god to be mad at me,
Yes,
right?
exactly. So what Oryx is kind of doing here is he wants you to be his guy. You know, he wants you to take up that mantle of Taken King, and he's testing you. This is him testing his knife, right? Making sure it's as sharp as it's supposed to be. And while he is doing that to prove that you are the Taken King, Zivu is here saying, no, I want my brother back.
Yeah.
Let me give you another champion. She's presenting her own hive champions, trying to say, let this be a vessel for you.
Yeah.
Much like we saw in Heresy, it's a similar idea to that. And then Savathun, on the other end of the spectrum there, is saying, this is stupid. We should all just move on from this chain to the sword logic that we have.
Yeah.
Stop being shackled to these old ideas. We can all be free.
That sounds kind of heretical.
It does sound a little heretical, a little bit, yes.
I mean, we have to give a shout out. So Oryx has been kind of whispering in my ear through Nether and through the activities of Act 1. I'm assuming we'll see more. Of course, we've hidden the VO, we've hidden the subtitles and stuff to avoid spoilers. But I wanted to give a shout out to the voice actor.
So the voice actor for Oryx is Joshua David King. They did a fantastic job every single time we were in the recording booth. All the narrative designers, our voice director, everybody was just losing their mind over the performance. It was fantastic. And I mean, you get to see it in the game. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's always wonderful seeing like Morla coming in, bringing Eris to life, and then in this case, Oryx is alive.
Yeah.
And this is the first time that we're having kind of a relationship with the Taken King.
Yeah.
So,
And it was
My theory on the whole replacing Oryx thing is I think Eris becomes like in a way like a new hive sister. That's so Oryx's seat is empty, and I think Eris fulfills that spot is my theory, more or less.
This is a big deal for us because we wanted to make sure that we did that character justice, and they didn't really have Oryx as a character didn't really have a suite of voice acting before. So we wanted to make sure that it felt true to what Oryx was back in the Taken King, as well as now with the Echo Navigation.
Evolving from just grunts of like, take it, and now it's like, yo, sword logic, you killed me, you're cool.
A lot more verbose now.
Yeah.
Oryx has been really reading the thesaurus recently and making sure that he's got his vocabulary all up to snuff. Actually, as well, really quickly, Quentin, I'd love to go ahead and check with you as well. There's new. I think we were talking about the shaping slab earlier as well before the show. What sort of additional enhancements are available there?
Sure, yeah. As people have seen in Act 1, there's a set of upgrades that they can purchase and slot in based on how far they have ranked the vendor that are specific to the Nether and the requirements of that, providing a free revive token, things like that. Court is going to get a whole new set specifically for it, as well as some permanent upgrades to help players deal with the heavy and increasing challenge as they get deeper and deeper and try and up that score of how many challengers they can take down in a single run.
Chances for our creators to make some guys, maybe Abontis can help us out this time around. We probably got something in store there. But we now actually would love to take a moment to introduce another new face to our couch for the very first time to help kind of talk us through some of the weapons that are going to be available to you as we go ahead and kick off Act 2 of Heresy. We are now joined by the one and only associate designer here, probably the one and only Morgan Dickens, associate designer here at Bungie. Morgan, how's it going today?
It's going well, thank you.
Absolutely. So for anyone that doesn't get the chance to work with you at Bungie or is unfamiliar with your work, can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Morgan. I'm a weapons designer here at Bungie. I work on the origin traits and perks and just the general gameplay for the weapons. I did the Act 3 weapons and the Telesto update, if that tells you anything about me.
That's true. So obviously we have Morgan to blame/thank, depending on what side of Telesto you're on for the new catalyst.
There were some whispers of Telesto's broken on day one. I was like, what do you mean broken? And then it's, oh, you mean like good broken.
You're right, yeah.
So good job. Community loves it. Thanks, chat, for shouting out.
Yeah, as we all collectively wiped our brow and we're like, okay, cool.
Telesto's broken and
Morgan hands us another win. So speaking of, we're going to have some new weapons. The folks in chat have obviously seen let's go ahead and start with what's here on screen. The glaive that we're looking at right now. We're going to have some new weapons joining, but can you tell us a little bit about the glaive we're looking at right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So this glaive is Refusal of the Call. It is our second kinetic slot glaive that we have ever done, and our first strand glaive.
Nice.
So this one, as someone who's been humbled by glaives more often than I care to admit in the Crucible recently, what are some roles we should be looking forward to with this one?
Yeah, so as displayed on screen, Sword Logic Discord is a very fun role with good ammo efficiency and really high damage potential. And if you're looking for a fun Crucible role, tilting at windmills and melee momentum is really fun.
Okay, that's what I'm going to
That's a good name for a perk. Tilting at windmills in Crucible.
Yeah.
Tilting your opponents.
Why do you stare right at me when you say that?
I don't know. But I do want to make another call out. So in Act 1 we were talking about, when you're going to the Dreadnought, it's peeling back, the skin is coming off. When we were just looking at this glaive, they all follow that same theme. So right now you have a big sword on a big stick that's covered in teeth. Like, I cannot, this is my number one thing when Act 2 goes live to go and grind for me. So.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. And I couldn't help but notice, obviously, there's a very, very scary looking new Void Bow as well that our Guardian here has been using. Can you tell us a little bit about this bad boy?
Absolutely. So Anamnesis is a Void lightweight frame bow. This one's really cool because the
repulsor and destabilize. Very nice. It's a lightweight. Usually I prefer the other ones, but maybe this one rocks.
origin trait grants charge speed. So dealing damage to enemies and getting final blows will slowly just lower that charge time. If you're a bow lover and you have always wanted to take something other than Archer's Tempo in the left column, now's your chance.
Yeah, fair. I have my vault is littered with Archer's Tempo in that first column, so no, I'm really looking forward to that one. What are some roles? I think we've got some repulsor brace action going on, but what are some roles we can look forward to here?
Yeah, you can pair repulsor brace with either destabilizing rounds or demoralize. And if you want to take advantage of that origin trait reducing charge time, you can throw a successful warm-up and impulse amplifier on it and have one of the fastest firing bows in the game.
Yeah, honestly, even having just gotten that roll on Exalted Truth like the other weekend on Trials, like I cannot wait to go ahead and pick it up for a spin with this bow.
The timing is impeccable too. Like last week on I think Reddit, there was a post about, oh, legendary bows, I don't use them very often, etc. But folks were going into the Nightfall with Monarch. the
Yeah.
Monarch. And I'm like, oh, here's a new Void bow that goes
Yeah.
with the artifact.
Yeah.
That has all these cool perks.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll have a new thing to use in Nightfalls when the sidearm comes around next week. Chat, yes, the sidearm is next week. Don't worry. But yeah,
It's awesome. And so, in addition to this, obviously Dylan mentioned there's a sidearm. What is the other? I think there's 2 more that we haven't covered yet.
Yeah, so there's a sidearm, a submachine gun, and a fusion rifle.
Exciting.
The sidearm is one of our first heavy burst sidearms in a bit, and it's got bolt shot on it, which, given how quick sidearms reload, is pretty fun.
Yeah.
And you can also get sword logic on it as well.
Heavy
Fun option.
burst
Yeah,
with
seriously,
volt
wait,
when you
shot.
say heavy burst
Interesting.
sidearm, is that a 2-shot?
2-shot.
Got it.
Yeah, it's going to be powerful. Again, I can already hear it ringing out, I'm sure, in my Trials matches. But we also have, there's a new fusion rifle. Oh, here, actually, we got the sidearm up on screen. Let's hang out here for a second and just take a look.
God, looks so
That
cool.
art style is just so good. I can't get over it.
Yeah, the design is really cool, and the glow actually gets a little bit brighter as you stack up the origin trait, which is fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Super cool, actually. In addition to that, I know we were talking a little bit before the show as well. There's a new fusion rifle in store that sounds pretty terrifying if you're going up against us. Can you tell us a little bit about what's in front of us right now?
Yeah, so Afterlight is another weapon that really benefits from that charge rate boost. And it's got a couple of fun options for DPS with that. If you're willing to put in a lot of work, Ambitious Assassin Reservoir Burst with that origin trait will stack up in a couple shots and will do really, really high DPS until you lose Reservoir Burst.
Of course. Yeah,
And if you're looking for something simpler, you can always do Lead from Gold and Vorpal Weapon.
True. Yeah.
This version of the weapon is one of the heretical arsenal versions. Too. So if you're going into the expert difficulty of Court, you can get some of these to drop as you're playing with your friends. It has the 2 perks in each column, then it has the extra origin trait from King's Fall, narratively tied in. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sandbox team, for the cool stuff.
As
Thank you,
always.
Sandbox team, for the cool stuff.
Yeah.
But then also on top of that, you have your Tome of Want. So if you're just looking for rolls, trying to get more of the sidearm, the fusion, etc., these will be additions. You go and you get your slabs from the chests or doing the activity,
Yeah.
and then you can use it in the court to get more drops, or you can actually go into Nether or go into Crucible or whatever and have
Yeah.
a couple of those extra drops come in too.
Very exciting, yeah. And it's like, I don't know, I was getting like mini Plan C vibes from that one. Like, I'm super excited to see how I can work that one in. So the sandbox is always obviously rather going to be enriched by some new legendary weapons, but our good friend, the Barrow Dyad, is going to have some new additions to their perks as well this time around.
I still need to get
For
Barrow
anyone out
Dyad.
there like myself who's gone ahead and added that to their loadouts recently, what are some of the updates we can expect there?
Yeah, so Bear Dyad is getting 2 new Catalyst perks in Act 2, with 2 more coming later. And some of the fun options there are 1 for all and target lock. Not many exotics have like damage perks on their Catalyst, but this one you can really alter your
T-posing.
play style.
Yeah. I feel like Target Lock is almost made for that one. It's going to be super exciting to take that one out for a spin.
I'm going to be excited to see what Maven comes up with as a build video.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out, Maven. Thank you very much for all your build videos. Can't wait to see some more, obviously, along the way.
And sorry, it'll be 2
yeah.
catalysts go live on Tuesday next week on the 11th, and then we have 2 more coming in Act 3.
Cool. Okay.
So-
So still more to unlock, but obviously Barrow Dyad's potential is starting to really continue to build,
And
obviously.
if you haven't gotten it, that exotic quest, shout out to our activity designers. Like, I was blown away. And if
Yeah.
you have some problems with like kind of insects and holes and stuff, it's a little creepy. So be prepared. But
KB, and actually, okay, we're taking a look at Barrow Dyad here really quickly. This is one where if the Guardians out there haven't had a chance to get their hands on it, as Dylan mentioned, the Exotic Quest is live right now, but coming next week, we've got 2 more catalysts that'll be hitting. So looking forward to expand that. And actually, while we're here in menu, we'd be remiss if we didn't take a look at our friendly neighborhood artifact as well. As has been the case with the Act, our artifacts have continued with another, or expanded, pardon me, with another row.
Okay, so you get new rows with each act? Okay. I haven't played multiple acts before this episode.
Can you tell us a little bit about what we got? We only got 5, so I vote we go ahead and just
Fascinating. That's a clever way to do it. That's a very clever way to do it. Add on another row at the bottom. That's a very clever way to do it.
dive in and check them all out.
Yeah, absolutely. So the primary theme for this one is trace rifles with a secondary theme of like element matching. So in the left column, you have overload trace rifles.
Should remember also that the the like seasonal exotic, not the secret exotic quest Baradiad, but the other one, Lodestar. That's a trace rifle, primary ammo trace rifle.
As a new anti-champ option. And then we have a new trace rifle perk, Beam Medic, where rapid trace rifle final blows heal both you and nearby allies. This is a fun thing to pair with the new detonator beam perk, which will help you get those multi-kills.
Yeah. Yeah, very looking forward to it. I'm just continuing, like I'm already imagining how I'm going to get Microcosm back into my loadout. See already. Like I cannot wait.
Well, I have good news for you. Skipping ahead to the fourth column perk, Harsh Refraction. Trace rifles do more damage to targets with debuffs that match their element type. And this is always on for my...
What?
Do more damage to targets.
Trace rifles do more damage to targets afflicted by elemental debuffs matching the element type. Okay, so destabilizing rounds void, scorch solar, jolt arc. So it's just, I mean, this would be another point towards Lodestar, which can jolt by doing its alternating fire.
With debuffs that match their element type.
This is also good points towards like the Savathun trace rifle. I forget what it's called right now. Or I mean, really any trace rifle. I guess not any trace rifle, but the solar one also I think scorches too.
And this is always on for my...
I was going to say, all right, so Kinetic is going to be a very happy camper in that case. Oh, I can't wait. Any others that we want to look at before we go along? I know we have a little bit of extra time.
How does this work for Kinetic?
And this is always on for my...
I was going to say, all right, so Kinetic.
Always on, she said?
Column perk, Harsh Refraction. Trace rifles do more damage to targets with debuffs that match their element type. And this is always on for my...
I was going to say, all right, so Kinetic is going to be a very happy camper in that case. Oh, I can't wait. Any others that we want to look at before we go along? I know we have a little bit of extra time here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So for Microcosm, if you want to just really double down on that, Limit Break is the fifth column perk, and it will get you increased super damage when you are either critically wounded and you cast it, or when you have an elemental buff that matches your super type.
Casting a super while you're wounded or while you have an elemental buff matching your super element grants a period of increased super damage. Okay.
Perfect. And actually, while we're here, we may as well just take a look. What's
matches your super type.
Perfect. And actually, while we're here, we may as well just take a look. What's what awaits us in the third column as well?
So the third column is a new artifact perk that will help you get more access to elemental pickups like tangles or fire sprites.
Yeah, they haven't really done too much with elemental pickups recently. It's mainly, so far this season, it's mainly been about elemental debuffs, like jolting, blinding, destabilizing, tangles for unraveling, and severing. We haven't really done much with elemental siphons, and they're kind of difficult to form unless you're running arc and you're using the arc exotic weapons that can easily form them.
Rapid final blows with a kinetic weapon or a weapon that matches your equipped super will, grant you one of those.
Perfect.
And it can be boosted by the Tome of One.
Very exciting. All right, so our trace rifles are really going to go ahead.
Can you still only have 12 though? So you still have to you can only get 12 perks from the artifact, even with an additional 5 options. Okay, that's really challenging.
Get a lot of additional mileage here, it looks like, honestly.
Yeah, you're definitely... It's just leaning towards Lodestar. It's turning Lodestar. All of this works really well with Lodestar and an arc build, really.
Got to give a shout out to our icon artists too. So like Prometheus lens is my favorite trace. Like
that's
laser tag weekend, some people
remember.
just immediately melt and they're like, oh God. But that was a really fun time.
I was going to say, you were not one of those. Yeah.
Oh, I was so excited. We had Urk at the time reached out and asked, "Can we put Prometheus lens on Xur?" And I was like, "Why would you do that?" Yes. But yeah, with these perks, I'm gonna go out and burn down the world with Prometheus lens. Like Microcosm, I'll pull out for the boss DPS, but just for like running through court, running through Nether, I'm gonna be like, let's burn some stuff.
That's right. I'll have your back. I'll have the Microcosm. You take Prometheus lens. It's going to be a terrible day to be Hive or taken for a little while.
Hit me up on Discord, and then I'll ignore you for another week. And then
As always. I don't. Well, that's right. That hurts still. Okay. It's right in front of all of our guardians. Okay. So while we're also checking out the artifact, we've got. We tease at the top of the show. We're gonna do some Act 3 teases as well. Can you give us a tease a little bit?
Yeah, what's up, Phoenix? How's it going?
Or what the theme, rather, of what that last row is going to be.
Yeah, so the primary theme is rockets. We have a new perk that will help you clear rockets without needing to reload or spend ammo.
Wait, what are we talking about now? Where did this come from?
What it's going to be.
Yeah, so the primary theme.
This is Act 3?
The theme, rather, of what that last row is going to be. Well, can you give us a tease a little, or what the theme, rather, of what that last row is going to be?
Yeah, so the primary theme is rockets. We have a new perk that will help you clear rockets without needing to reload or spend ammo. And then there's a secondary theme of Strand with a new way to access Woven Mail.
Okay, very exciting. I cannot wait to go ahead and just dust off my rocket launcher.
That's interesting. Woven Mail is actually one of the weaker protection things right now. It's interesting. I'm thinking about that. I'll have to see what they do with that.
Just do want to see. I still have my Apex Predator sitting around, and that one's been waiting for a time to shine. So I think this is that moment.
Yeah. And then outside of the artifact, there are going to be new things to play, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to have refreshes to the Nether and Court in terms of new bosses, new combatants. If you're familiar with the pressure events from Act 1, the blights that you have to destroy, there's new and devious versions of those that are coming.
Exciting.
To Nether. And then in Act 3, our featured activity is going to be the return of the Sunless Cell Strike.
Right, yes. Any Guardians who remember their fond Destiny 1 days of having that like huge batch of thralls running at you up the bridge, now's the chance to check that out. But actually, we were talking before the show, it's probably not going to be Alakul.
Yeah, Nico was mentioning, so Alakul was down in the deep dark dungeon hole.
And that one?
The Light Hive, the Guardian Hive. What do we
Light
call
Bears?
Yeah, well, it was Light Bear, and then it was like
the Lucent Hive.
Alatul is what you called it, and I cringed.
Tool.
Yeah,
it's creativity's a process, everyone.
So with the Light Ascending being in the Throne World doing their own thing, who is in the Sunless Cell now? And that's something we'll find out in Act 3 in April.
Yeah, very exciting. We'll have a chance to check that out. And actually, Dylan, while I've got you, I'd love to put you on the spot. In addition to obviously all this stuff that'll be arriving with Act 2, Guardian Games is going to be making its triumphant return as well.
Oh, yeah. So let me get my handy dandy notebook here. Replaced the big one with the little tiny one. It looks like I take notes now.
He's like he's a reporter out on the beat.
Yeah. So Guardian Games starts next week, March 11th, right at Reset, alongside Act 2. For folks that don't know what Guardian Games is, we invite our hunters, titans, and warlocks to come in, battle it out, and see who's best. We have a celebration in the tower. It's a little tiny one. It looks like I take notes now.
He's like he's a reporter out on the beat. Yeah.
So Guardian Games starts next week. March 11th, right at Reset, alongside Act 2. For folks that don't know what Guardian Games is, we invite our...
I've never been around to play Destiny during Guardian Games. I think the closest I've ever gotten was like the final couple days of one of them, like 2 years ago. But besides that, I've never, ever played a Guardian Games. Maybe I'll take that back. Maybe there was also like 1 week at the start of one as well that I played Guardian Games. That's it. I've never been around for a full Guardian Games. We'll see if this is the year I break that curse.
Hunters, titans, and warlocks to come in, battle it out, and see, who's best. We have a celebration in the tower. It's all decorated, and we'll have a ton more detail in the TWID on Thursday, so tune in for that. But I just have a couple teases of, we have a...
Please.
You put it best, bite-sized boss rush mode.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be like a court, it's not going to be like a Pantheon, but now we have a challenge of, hey, go in, burn down some bosses, get as many points as you can, and then you can get some new rewards.
Yeah.
So when it comes to rewards,
Yes.
we have some really cool armor. This is going to be Eververse. You can earn it for free through Bright Dust, so go in and do your seasonal challenges, do your Pathfinders. There are going to be some weekly bounties that get Bright Dust. And you can see that we're going with more of a gladiator theme, where previous it was like, let's go into sports, let's go into these things. Now it's like, hey, gladiators, you're going to go in, you're going to destroy these bosses, and it's going to be a really good time. I'm excited for that Hunter Cloak for sure.
Seriously.
And then all players are going to be getting a specific class item to engage with the event as well.
That's right.
So,
Okay, yeah.
the Hunter is holding our new premier legendary weapon that's going to be coming out.
Right.
And now I pass it off to Morgan because there's some really cool perk rolls that you can get on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had the Arc Trace Rifle in Iron Banner, which has more of a PvP focus. This one has more of a PvE focus to go along with the boss slaying theme.
Yep.
It's got some fun perks in the left column, including Overflow and
Sorry,
Triple Tap and Eddy Current. If
This is Arc one as well.
you just want to double down on the Arc perks. And it's got our new Detonator Beam and Jolting Feedback alongside Rolling Storm as well.
Okay, this one's going to be a lot of fun. Oh my gosh.
Does it have a Jolt Shot too?
I don't think it has Jolt Shot.
Okay. But just like you can go in and do almost every single arc verb with this thing, depending on your role. So better you do in the activity, the more perks you can get on these things. So double perks in each column. And then we have some returning weapons for Guardian games as well.
Yeah, Hullabaloo is coming back. That is the heavy.
How do you get double perks?
Weapons for Guardian games as things. So double perks depending on your role. So better you do in the activity, the more perks
Better
you can
you
get
do
on these
in the
things. So double perks
activity.
in each column. And then we have some returning weapons for Guardian games as well.
Yeah, Hullabaloo is coming back. That is the heavy grenade launcher that shoots the 3 waves. It is getting the new Rolling Storm perk, which is obviously really fun on a weapon that can clear ads so quickly.
Yeah.
And I personally like pairing that with Demolitionist, so you have a easier access to something that lets you discharge Bolt Charge as well.
Yeah.
And then it's got Envious and Cascade Point as well, which is a fun roll from last year.
Very nice. Yeah, my dad's a big Hullabaloo fan. He's got one with Chain Reaction that is devious against all doesn't stand against us, so I cannot wait to see this one in the wild.
We also have Taraxipos, the Strand Scout Rifle returning. It's getting the new perks Lone Wolf and Tear. Lone Wolf explosive rounds is devious in the Crucible.
I was just having so much fun, too. How can you do this to me? No, I'm going to get one of my own. Who am I kidding? Yeah.
And of course, we have the title coming back.
Yes!
and
I love the
it
title.
will still have Repulsor Brace destabilizing rounds, but it's also getting Recycled Energy and Demoralize.
I
and
guess
the pain.
if I've got a couple of the titles, so clearly I've played Guardian. If it's only from Guardian games, then I've played at least a little bit of Guardian games. So it must have been long enough ago that I've totally forgotten about it, or it must have been that 1 week or so that I actually was around.
Demoralize is like my favorite perk name from this episode because it's legitimately like, oh, you're all weakened now, baby. Let's go to work. But title is going to be great. I've been trying to get that for the last couple of years with a good perk roll, and now there's a bunch of really cool stuff to get on it.
Yeah. So there's obviously a decent amount of stuff to go ahead and be chasing down in game between the new armor, the new trace rifle, and obviously the refreshed rolls. But Dylan, as well, I'd love to put you on the spot. There's going to be stuff out of game available to Guardians as well.
Yeah. So
tell us a little bit about what's available there.
Yeah, every year we have a Bungie rewards component. So big shout out to Natalie, our rewards team. But we have a really cool jersey that we're going to be offering this year. So go in, do your triumphs, earn your title,
God damn
and then
it,
you
Bobby.
can earn this really sweet jersey.
Yeah.
So
You got a spicy new thing for Guardian games this year? Okay. Can you tell us what type of thing?
There are going to be a couple other things that you can go in and get as well, but this is, I think you and I were talking about, hey, you go to a Sounders game and now you can have a fellow Titan or a Hunter show up and be like, hey, so Warlocks are pretty nerdy, right? So
Why are you here at a Sounders game instead of reading a book?
Yeah, right.
That's my
We
Titan
also have
impression.
a sample here in the studio. This is a large, just for folks that want to see it.
Huge,
Really
again,
cool.
shout out to Natalie. Getting one of these early, huge win. So huge thanks to our community.
2025 Guardian Games.
Yeah.
Looks really good on the back.
That's so cool.
Thank you for my fashion corner.
You know what? You've got more on the way, but we can also tease that later. But no, really cool to get to see one of those in person as well. All right, so now As we've obviously had a chance to
It's going to be on the Twit. All right.
Is to arrive in Act 2. We've got some Act 3 teases for you as well. And so we'd like to take an opportunity here to welcome 2 new folks to the couch that we have magically brought in. We'll go ahead and
How
start
did they do that
with
swap?
individual
That's
to my
such a
left,
good
who you
swap.
magic you as well, with a little bit. But we can also tease that later.
My fashion corner.
Oh no, they already swapped. When did they do the swap? I totally missed
Hunter
it.
show up and a jersey. Do your. We have a really cool. We have a
Okay. Well, obviously,
last couple.
I did
now.
not even notice.
Let's go to work. Really. The team. Do your triumphs. Really
I didn't
cool,
even notice.
Jersey. You can go in.
Good job, camera person.
Here in the studio. This is.
all right. So live in Act. Welcome 2 new folks to the couch that we have magically brought in. We'll go ahead and start with the fine individual to my left, who you may have met by way of some of our Bungie Vidocs in the past, or if you work here, she's brandishing a small bottle of teeth. Yes, actually teeth at you during our teams meetings. I'd like to introduce the one and only Nix Kinney, a producer here at Bungie. Nix, how's it going?
Hey, Andy, it's going. You owe me. No, happy to be here. Super surprised that you asked me to be live.
No, of course. Glad you could join us. For anyone that may not have met you by way of our Vidocs and is just meeting you for the first time, can you tell us a little
What an heiress move to carry around teeth in a bottle.
bit about who you are and what it is you do here?
Yeah, I'm a producer here at Bungie, and I've produced a number of teams from activity design, free roam lost sectors, strikes, to world art palette lighting, skies, VFX, and most recently our sandbox weapons team with Morgan, who was just here, and my production darling, Rigor 9.
That's right. We will. That is a Charlie Brown-ish line for now, because we're going to introduce that in just a moment, I promise. But of course, we'll go ahead and make sure to introduce right next to her, Rodney Thompson, a senior designer.
She's hilarious. Who is this person? I haven't seen her before. And
That is a.
And my production darling, Rigor 9. Team palette lighting, skies, VFX, and most recently our sandbox weapons team with Morgan, who was just here, and my production darling, Rigor 9.
That's right. We will. That is a Charlie Brown-ish line for now, because we're going to introduce that in just a moment, I promise. But of course, we're going to go ahead and make sure and introduce right next to her, Rodney Thompson, a senior design lead here at Bungie. Rodney, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much. That's so nice.
What's up, Sharman?
Anyone who may not have had a chance to meet you or doesn't get a chance to work with you here at
So
Bungie,
you know Andy,
can you tell
Renee?
us just a little bit about who you are and what you do here?
Sure. I've been at Bungie for about 10 years. I'm a designer, and I'm the sandbox craft lead. And additionally, I've been the team lead for the Charlie Brown redacted thing that Nick just mentioned.
Very exciting. We've got some cool stuff to check out. Now, actually, Dylan, you and I were talking a little bit about this.
Oh,
There's
cool.
going to be a new event arriving with Act 3.
Yeah, this event.
Yeah.
okay, so we have like 2 new activity events for Act 2. We get the new Court of Blades, and we get Guardian games. Not necessarily new, but two activity events happening in Act 2. Okay. And so we get another one in Act 3.
Is free to all players. It's going to offer something for lower skill for folks that maybe want to start getting into some endgame content, and then it's also going to offer some things of higher difficulty. I don't want to steal too much thunder.
Oh,
but
no, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's tee it up.
Yeah, that allows us a chance to introduce it. Rodney, would you like to do the honors of introducing
The Rite of the Nine. Yes.
Rite of the Nine?
So Rite of the Nine is our new event that we
Okay, now I want to go back and hear her original Charlie Brown.
Going.
Hey, Andy, it's going. And my production darling, Rigor 9.
I need that as like a clip or like sound alert or something. This is so hilarious. All right.
Going to offer something for lower skill for folks that maybe want to start getting into some endgame content, and then it's also
Oh,
gonna
he was
hire
at
or
Mixer.
offer some
Okay,
things
word.
of higher difficulty.
Were
I
you?
don't want to steal too much thunder.
Did you? Were you a Mixer
I mean, let's
streamer?
tee it up.
Yeah, that allows us a chance to introduce it. Rodney, would you like to do the honors of introducing
The Rite of the Nine. Yes.
Rite of the Nine?
So Rite of the Nine is our
Sick.
new event that we've been working on.
I love the 9. Renee, do you or anyone else in chat need a quick rundown of the 9? That can be provided. You worked for a year and they rescinded your contract. Why did they rescind your contract? Was it because of your URL? No. Hi, Lucy. I mean, good on you for getting a contract for a year I think I was in chat. I was in talks with them, but I just didn't have the numbers to like qualify for that. Yeah, yeah, because they spent too much money on Ninja. Yeah.
I'm really excited about this. It is a limited time event that features our dungeons.
Yeah.
3 of our dungeons that
Okay.
are part of this event. That's going to be Prophecy, of course, because of the 9 associations.
Absolutely.
But also Spire of the Watcher and Ghost of the Deep.
So I was telling Renee about this on DMs, but basically, if you guys don't know, each dungeon focuses on like a specific theme, has like a narrative, a story experience as you play through the dungeon. And because Renee is familiar with like Destiny 1, there's this like event that happened. It wasn't like a planned event. It was like this like meme that snowballed in real time. There was this one particular cave in Destiny 1 where enemies spawned out of, and you could like, if you stood far enough away from it, the enemies would just spawn out of it infinitely. And so you could just stand a little bit farther away with like a scout rifle and just like kill hundreds of enemies, and then like there would be loot covering the ground, and so it became known as the loot cave. And like people would just stand there for hours just shooting in order to like get better gear or like get tons of rolls of gear or whatever. And there's a dungeon in Destiny 2 that is based around this entire idea. They have like in the explorable area of Destiny 2, they also have like references to the loot cave. But there's an entire dungeon that they made called Grasp of Avarice that is built around this memorable thing that happened. And they kind of built it up into this Indiana Jones style experience, like looking for loot in a cave. But like, it's one of my favorite aspects of D2. And dungeons in general. I think dungeons in general are like one of my favorite parts of D2 currently. Another excellent, it's not necessarily one of my favorite dungeons, but Prophecy is so cool as a concept and how they did it. The Prophecy dungeon foretold the events that happened in Destiny in advance. It was a prophecy. That's why it's called Prophecy Dungeon. And it, as you traverse through the dungeon, we didn't know it at the time when it came out, but it laid out everything that was going to happen over the next like year or two. And the concept is that the 9 are these like, they'll probably talk about it in a second. There's like these, you could more or less say like paracausal mystical beings that observe. They don't really interfere too much, but they mainly observe what's happening in the solar system and maybe bigger than that. And they created this dungeon experience for us to kind of give us a warning about what is going to happen and to prepare us. And it's just so cool. Like, as you went back and played Prophecy more after it come out, you know, months later, you'd be like, oh, that I understand now what that was about. Stuff like that. It's a very, very cool concept. So just in general, like dungeons in Destiny, they like connect to bigger and broader things. And they're also built with like a very cool creative concept in mind as well. And dungeons are great too. I like dungeons too because like you can do them by yourself. You don't necessarily have to have a like 6-team fire team, but they were easier with 3 people, but like you could also do them yourself. So it's like you don't have to have a full fire team of 6 to experience them.
So these 3 dungeons, you know, we've seen a lot of reaction. Going to be Prophecy, of course, because of the 9 associations, but also Spire of the Watcher and Ghost of the Deep. So these 3 dungeons, you know, we've seen a lot of reaction.
I still haven't played Ghost of the Deep. I need to play that one.
Positive reaction to the contest modes for our new dungeons as they've come out. And we were thinking, you know, what would it be like if we were able to go back to our older dungeons and experience that kind of level of challenge and see how things play out in, you know, these older dungeons with some tweaks and some tuning and some additional.
The Traveler is not omnipresent. The Traveler, well, the Traveler's paracausal powerful. Very similar. But that's a fair point. The 9 transcend physicality, and the Traveler, like the 9, there's different. We'll get into that in a little bit, but the Traveler is more or less contained inside of it's more of less of an omnipresent and more of an omnipotent. Like it can do anything, basically. The 9 basically can't do anything, but they know everything. The Traveler doesn't necessarily know everything. The Traveler, yeah, I would say that might be a helpful differentiation between them. The 9 really don't interfere much. They'll maybe give you tools to prepare, like Trials of the 9 was the PvP trials back in D1, and it was to help prepare us for stuff, but it wasn't like we're going to intervene and do this, versus the Traveler would be like, no, I'll intervene. Like I'll just bust out a laser right now. Fuck your whole shit up right now. I will terraform this planet right now. The 9 are like, also the 9 are 9 individual, not beings, but like, not personalities, but I guess beings is the closest. They're 9 individual beings who don't always agree either. They have different opinions on things. So that's like I think that's like another interesting part to them. No privacy laws.
Modifiers and things like that to really like bring the challenge up to kind of contest mode levels, right? So we're like, okay, we got this great, set of dungeons. Let's really put the screws to our players and see what they can do in a hard mode for these dungeons.
Yeah.
Then at the same time, we were like, well, a lot of these dungeons, there's a lot of players out there that haven't gotten to experience them because they can be
like
pretty
Charity.
intimidating. They are, mechanically a little more intense. They don't do a lot of hand-holding in the activity. And, they often require, or at least, incentivize you to play with other players, right? So we were thinking, like, what if we could take this event as an opportunity to introduce these classic dungeons to a whole new audience by way of what we're calling Explorer mode. And so basically we've got new stuff at the top end in Ultimatum mode. We've got new stuff for players, or new opportunity for players.
I love that. I love the Nether, the exploring mode in the Nether, where it's like there's no time crunch. It's more like take your time, explore, find all the secrets, search all the nook and crannies. I feel like I've already discovered more or less some areas that are going to unlock later on. I don't know if it's going to be Act 2 or Act 3, but like I found some areas in the Nether that are like you can't get to right now, but they clearly have stuff beyond them. And so I'm pretty sure they're going to unlock later on. So I love the concept of exploring areas, stuff like that. Yo, hello, welcome. Hold up. Anon, thank you so much for the follow. So I thought it was a name of a friend from Los Angeles. Anon, hello, welcome. Thanks for being here. I love that they're giving us like a little more opportunity to like just go explore stuff without pressure. And then you can turn up the pressure when you want to. That's kind of nice.
Learn the dungeons in Explorer mode, and then we have Eternity mode,
smart.
which is sort of aimed at our middle-of-the-road experienced dungeoneers. So we've kind of got something for everybody.
Excellent, awesome. Well, we've
Dungeoneers.
got stuff to actually show live out here. Tell you what, why don't you guys tell us just a little bit about where we're at right now?
Sure. So this is the social space for the event. Eagle-eyed
Baby
veterans
mode.
might notice that this is the Third Spire social space. It was originally used for the Trials of the 9 PvP event.
Holy shit, that's something I haven't seen in so long. Yeah, you would like spawn down here, and then you would run up these steps to the very end, and then there would be the emissary way down there.
But
Wow.
It's been a while.
Core memory unlocked. Wow. Wow.
Stuff to actually show live
Yeah.
right here. Tell you what, why don't you guys tell us just a little bit about where we're at right now?
Sure. So this is the social space for the event. Eagle-eyed
Yeah.
veteran
Did we go up that thing? I can't remember. Something tells me we used to like go up that elevator.
might notice that this is the third Spire social space. It was originally used for the Trials of the Nine PvP event.
Yeah.
But it's been a while. It's been since year one since you could go to this space. So we're bringing it back for the Rite of the Nine event.
Is that Spire of the Watcher over there?
You can see off in the distance there as our brave/reckless guardian runs off into the horizon. You can see, there we go.
It's a death button intrepid one at that. So
You can see the Spire of the Watcher tower off in the distance.
Yeah.
That's indicating that during the week that we have this set for, Spire is the featured dungeon. So there's going to be one of these 3 dungeons featured during each week of the event on a sort of rolling basis.
okay, yeah. So here we're obviously this is a familiar
It's the emissary.
face as well. What are some of the
Wow. Wow.
things we're going to be able to get up to here? Obviously, thank you, Gemini. We appreciate the introduction.
Her story is really fascinating too. I don't know of all of it quite yet, but the story of the emissary is a fascinating one.
So the Emissary is our vendor, and the Emissary offers you quests, bounties, rewards, a wide variety of things to do during the event. Like I say, it's all dungeon focused, but we're going to be leading you into those dungeons and giving you rewards for beating them on the various difficulty levels.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, I believe I see some weaponry here in the background.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So
I think so far this is the thing I'm most excited about.
for this event, we have taken 4 of the weapons from each of the featured dungeons.
Prosecutor? What is the process? Is that from Prophecy, I think? Relentless? I recognize his name. I can't place what type of weapon it is.
And given them a big revamp. We've redone their perk pools, introduced perks that have come in over the seasons since the
Those 2 are from Spire of the
dungeon
Watcher.
was released,
Yeah.
and put those into these weapons and really given them
That's
a
Prophecy.
good juicing up as far as
That's
the perks that are
Prophecy.
available.
Yeah.
And what you're sort of seeing here is the ability to attune to these various weapons, just like you could during Into the Light with the light weapons,
Yeah.
so that if there's a
I don't
particular
know that
one of
one.
these that you really are hunting a certain role, you can attune to it, get more drops of that weapon during the course of the event.
Very exciting.
I love that. Stuff that helps give players more control over RNG is a very good player beneficial stuff, and I'd really appreciate it when they lean more in player beneficial direction.
Okay, that's again, we see some fans obviously in the house here. So we've got, as you were mentioning, ultimatum mode. We can go ahead and talk a little bit about later. But as we noticed, Spire the Watchers here. Nix, can you tell us a little bit about Explore mode and how you guys kind of built that and what that process was like?
Yeah, playtesting for Explorer mode was truly so cute because it required us to find people in studio who had never played dungeons before.
Yeah.
And that means we sourced folks from all corners, all levels, and made them equal in the name of a dungeon. So it was really great to see them go through our dungeons and having us tune it so that by the end of our playtest series, I think they just grew into folks who were really quite adept at dungeons.
Yeah.
And I want to say can go on to even solo them if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great starting point. I think we were talking a little bit before the show, but Explore mode obviously grants the opportunity, one, to just learn, to just go ahead and kick the proverbial tires in the dungeon, figure out how arc attrition works, which we can see here in just a second. But for folks like myself who do really enjoy running dungeons, and I've only soloed one dungeon, but if I wanted to go ahead and really get all of my strats ready for a solo, maybe a solo flawless run if I'm lucky enough, this seems like a great way to approach that.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, they're in the Explorer mode. You have some tool tips, so that'll give you some idea of how to navigate these puzzles, and also some waypointing to help you get through some tricky areas that you may not be able to find on your own.
Yeah. There's a lot of minutia to always find in these, and it may not always be obvious which way to go. And so you guys, like we were talking about before the show, you actually built some new tech to help kind of establish those breadcrumb trails for the Guardians. All right, we're about to dive on in actually here as well, but very briefly as well as we go ahead and prepare to land, a brief touch on ultimatum mode as well. What are some of the key differences between those two experiences?
Sure. So while Explorer mode, of course, is aimed at people who have maybe not as familiar with the dungeons or never really given them a shot, Ultimatum mode is for players who are familiar with the dungeons and are used to a high level of play. So they're going to be our most challenging. They're going to be at sort of a power level equivalent of contest mode. So you're going to be facing tougher enemies. And then we're also using some activity modifiers to sort of craft the experience and make it a little more challenging, but also just give you a little bit, require you to make a few decisions before you go into the dungeon or before you go into an encounter that you wouldn't otherwise necessarily be thinking about. So for example, we're using the not swap activity modifier, which basically means you need to keep one exotic equipped for the duration of an encounter. That's just sort of a way of saying, like, okay, we need you to really focus on thinking about this encounter and figuring out how you're going to tackle the challenges associated with it. And then both Eternity mode and Ultimatum mode are scored on a per encounter basis. So the higher your score in that encounter, the better the loot drop is going to be. You'll get double perks in different columns and things like that. Very awesome. That's all based on deaths. So instead of being based on kills or number of damage phases or things like that, it's basically getting through the encounter with fewer deaths gets you a higher score.
Yeah, be as alive as possible.
Exactly, right. So what we're really challenging.
Yeah, that's interesting. That makes it more beginner friendly. Yeah.
You to do here is we're challenging you to go into this harder mode and not just execute, but also execute in a way that gets you a higher score, gets you better rolls, and of course in the ultimatum mode you'll be getting adept versions of the weapons.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
So when you say adept,
yes.
I mean, are they just adept, or do they have any special treatment, you might say?
Well, they are in fact adept in name and in functionality, but also they have the new treatment. So all of our weapons have
adept with double perks all the way down and another column. Oh, that's an origin trait. 2 origins.
A new visual treatment to them.
Oh my God, look at that. That is sick. The 9 symbols on it. Oh my God.
That has 9 iconography on them, and let's see here. Yeah, we got some that are coming up right now.
There we go.
So this is a great example of a sort of baseline drop of New Pacific Epitaph that has the new visual treatment. You can see the 9 iconography on it, and you can also see like it's got the color palette at base for it. So all of our weapons that will drop during this event will have a new visual treatment. It'll also have the new event exclusive origin perk, which is Gravity.
Gravity well. Reloading this weapon automatically gathers nearby ammo.
Well, this will drop on all weapons that drop during the event, and is only available in Rite of the Nine. So it'll be exclusive to this event.
Very exciting.
And then I think Guardians out there, we've referred to them as holofoils in the past. So as you're going in, you're doing the harder difficulty, you're earning these adepts. They're going to have the
super cluster
animated
currency.
holofoil. Giving that galaxy background, kind of showing I ascended the mountaintop. I actually went and earned
There's like a galaxy on it. Gosh.
this really dope loot, and I did it in a way where I got my god rolls.
As someone who's still brave, or rather proudly wears his brave arsenal as much as he can, I cannot wait to go ahead and dive into this. So actually as well, now that we're in Explore mode, checking it out, Rodney, can you tell us some of the key differences, key changes you all made to make this a more accessible experience for new Guardians?
Sure. So one of the things you'll note is that we're using the in-world tooltips to teach you some of the mechanics. So this is something we've seen used in the Nether and in other places in the game so far, and we're continuing continue to expand that out as a teaching mechanism. So as you are playing through Ultimatum mode, you'll see these tooltips come up, and we have them all over the place anytime a new mechanic gets introduced.
Got it.
And it basically is a way to, in-world, see, like, okay, this is how this mechanic works. We're also using waypoints. Here's a great example of one of our teaching waypoints that sort of shows you, hey, here's where the path is supposed to go, and kind of direct.
I'll be honest, when I was running this one blind, it took me forever, in a good way, to figure out where the fuck to go. I still, when I run it now, I'm like, wait, which pathway? It's a very good escape room experience.
In
Puzzle,
a lot of places
maze.
where there are, not as obvious paths through the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like those tooltips and waypoints, we're using those in the encounters to teach you the mechanics. And we do that like the first time you see it, so that later in the dungeon, when you are encountering that mechanic again, you'll have already learned it, and you can take your time and read the tooltips, execute the mechanic at your own pace. One of the things we've done is we've removed darkness phases, and we've reduced the revive timer down to 5 seconds in Explorer mode.
Very nice.
So that there is no real penalty for failure.
Yeah.
So if you're just trying to learn the mechanics and you go in and you want to look at the tooltips and follow the waypoints at your own pace, and maybe you get overwhelmed by enemies or whatever, that's okay, right? Like, you can kind of take your time.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we've seen is that a challenge with a dungeon, in addition to the mechanics and the combat challenge, a lot of it is just you have to sort of learn at a fast pace, right? And so what we're trying to do here is make it so you can kind of learn at your own pace, so that once you're comfortable with these mechanics, then you can jump into either Eternity mode or whatever with other players and know the mechanics, because you've not been sort of pressured to execute perfectly the very first time.
Yeah.
In that first encounter, so you're connecting nodes in a circuit breaker to open the door. Yeah. And the waypoints are breadcrumbs, so it's like hit the first circuit and then you see a waypoint for the next in explore mode. So your ad clear aficionados, they are now learning, or being given the opportunity to learn, oh, this is actually how this pathing works. This is how this mechanic works. So when you bring them in, or when I bring you in later.
So why did you stare right at me when you were talking about ad clear aficionados?
But yeah, it's like when you bring them into the higher difficulties of the mode, then it's like, oh, hey, you remember where those waypoints were? You were able to memorize it. You have this like memory. Now you can come in and execute at a higher level. It's aspirational content.
Yeah. Here's actually a good example of one of our shepherding mechanics that we've introduced. So basically, we hear a lot of people say, like, oh, I want to take my friends through the dungeon that have never been before. A lot of these traversal sections can be really challenging. So in this section of Spire of the Watcher, for example, once one player gets to sort of the midpoint of this traversal section, we have these helper platforms that rise up from below, so that a player who's maybe struggling a little bit with that section can follow along and continue to make progress forward.
This is great.
Even though they may not have been able to execute the jumping part.
Yeah. Even a warlock can make it through.
Even.
I'm throwing shit. Guardian Union is coming up. I gotta go ahead and get my jabs where I can.
So I think I want to put Nix on the spot.
Yeah.
As players are going through this, like, we have a bunch of rewards, not just for Explore mode where you're getting the normal drops and all that, but overall through this event. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, you get 5 new emblems.
Emblem for you.
There it is. Yeah, collectors, get ready.
An earnable weapon cosmetic and a hoity-toity event-exclusive title that you can get from doing some challenging challenges in Ultimatum mode.
Yeah, it's going to require a lot of participation, I think we were talking about before the show. Like, these are not ones you're going to be able to earn right away. It's going to take some time.
Yeah. It's going to take some blood, some sweat, some tears.
Yeah.
Maybe an ambulance ride, everybody.
On your daily playthroughs, it's like, here are my weapons, but then you have the overarching goal of, like, emblems for the collectors, or the title, so you can show off in the tower, like, I'm the dungeon delver.
It'll be probably like specific weapons and stuff. I think I've seen that before in other dungeons. I think it's like you have to finish it with specific weapons.
we don't have the name solidified just yet. But
It's not locked in.
It'll
it's not
come.
locked in.
All right, cool.
It'll be
Well, I'll
fun.
tell you what. Speaking of things we do have
Dungeon Delver, a Dungeoneer.
locked in, so we've taken a little bit of a look of what's here at Act 3. Dylan, I'm going to go ahead and take this chance to put you on the spot. Starting very soon, or if not recently, Moments of Triumph are back as well.
So I mean, we just walked through. Sorry, I just put that down.
So we're gonna have.
That was
When do Moments of Triumph start? We've got Guardian games and Act 2 and Act 3 and Court of Blades
very
and Moments of Triumph.
authoritative, yeah.
Yeah, we just walked through like here's what's coming in Act 2, here's what's coming in Act 3, and then here's what's coming with Ride of the Nine later in Act 3.
And Ride of the Nine. There's a lot happening in the next. We've only had 1 month so far. It's like a 6-month season, right? Approximately. So we're just in March. I think it ends sometime in July, I believe, if the stuff is correct. So we still have March, April, May, June. 4 months left. This is a lot of stuff. I'll be honest. Okay, hold on. I gotta write this down. Guardian games. We've got Court of Blades. We've got Ride of the Nine. I think that's Act 3. We've got Court of Blades, Guardian games, Ride of the Nine. I mean, Act 2 stuff. Act 3 stuff. Moments of Triumph at some point. Looks like there was one more thing.
Right now, if you're so inclined, Moments of Triumph just started. Like what, an hour ago, 2 hours ago?
Yeah.
We have
Oh, it's today?
cool rewards that you can earn as you're prepping up for the next acts, as you're getting ready for what's to come. Cool cosmetic ghost. There's going to be a sparrow that's going to be really fun to earn.
Nice. Actually, I think we have we can take a look at those really quickly
yeah.
as well. There we go. All right, there we go. There.
Perfect. So with Moments of Triumph every year, we basically celebrate the previous year of content, ask players to go back in, check out your triumphs, get some of these things done, do some Grandmasters, raids, etc.
Yeah.
And then you can earn some free cosmetics in the game.
Very cool.
On top of that, we also have our yearly Bungie Rewards t-shirt.
Yeah.
So I think I own 6 of these at this point, maybe 7, but this is the 2024. And yes, I'm going to call this out for my friend Matt. 2024, because it's the previous year, not 2025.
Yeah.
T-shirt, which is really fun. We have a sample here in the studio. Thank you again, Natalie. Very excited. This, I believe, is a large as well. Let's make sure. Yeah, large. So basically my size. I'm 6'1".
Yep. There we go.
But yeah, you can get your customization on the sleeve of your gamer tag or your player name.
Very nice.
And then when you're walking around in the outside world, people can see you for the nerd you are.
Yeah.
Shout out to the individual who yelled Dead Orbit forever when I was walking around in my Dead Orbit t-shirt the other day.
Very nice.
But yeah, very frequently it's like you see people in their red
I
jackets,
was Dead
you see
Orbit
people
as
in their
well.
Moments of Triumph t-shirt. And then when you purchase any Moments of Triumph related, the t-shirt, the pins, anything like that, there's also a special emblem. It's a gift with the purchase. So in-game, you get a little bit of swag too.
That's really cool. I always love those shirts because it, like, you know, going to a PAX or something, it becomes this like hidden secret language where you're looking around and see people with their different Bungie Foundation shirts on or their different Moments of Triumph on, and you kind of give each other just a nod as you walk through those hallways.
Yeah, so it's like you have your in-game Ghost Sparrow, but then when you're going through Right, it's like I have my title. In real life, it's like I got my title.
Yep.
I got it on my war vest. I got my T-shirt,
Earned
etc.
it. Yeah. Excellent. All right. Well, everyone, we have had a very big show today, and so that I think about leads us to the conclusion. Is what I would say if we didn't have just one more thing to share with you. So, obviously, we've touched a little bit on some of the stuff that's going to be arriving with Act 3, and we actually have a sneak preview also of a currently in development limited time PvP mode that will be joining Act 3 as well.
Oh.
I vote we go ahead and just throw it up here on screen. Let's
Act
take a look.
3.
Everyone, we'd love to introduce you to Heavy Metal. Heavy Metal is an opportunity for you to go ahead and take out a team of break tanks against a team of Briggs, so you can test to see, you know, whether you're good behind the barrel of a gun or behind the barrel of a Brig.
I hate driving the tanks in Destiny. Their control scheme is so terrible.
But this is one that just the playtests
I hate it.
Absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah, I'd say since day one of Beyond Light, players saw the Brig come to the game. And they're like, when do I get one of those?
Fair
and
question.
this is the answer from the development team. Yeah. But we had to make it a little competitive. Guardians have had their Drake tanks since Destiny 2 launched. Yeah. They're really fun. Let's see when you get into matchmaking who can come out on top.
Yeah. This is one that we're very much
definitely
looking
Team
forward to
Briggs.
unleashing upon the community. But as you can tell, the Drake tanks and Briggs alike provide some pretty unique tactical opportunities that we're looking forward to seeing getting into the Guardians' hands. But yeah, this one has just been an absolute hoot to see in development, honestly.
Yeah, and when it comes to like this is a PvP thing, we say competitive, but this is a goofy, like, this is fun. You're sitting down on Saturday night.
What is it? Heavy metal?
It's like, let's hop in a tank and try to do some 360 no-scopes while we, like, boost off of a ramp.
Yeah, we just finished the raid. Let's have a palate cleanser here and just have a good time.
I want to go for a movie of the week. Why don't I hop into Drake and try to get a triple kill?
Yeah, there weren't enough sick flips in that raid.
Yeah.
Oh, and it has, like,
Get out there on my
has
Drake
your
tank.
symbol next to your name if you're a
360
hunter.
no-scopes can we get into this thing?
Or
we'll
what?
find out. Does the Drake tank
Oh, and you
have a
pick
scope?
up
I don't think
the,
so. But yeah,
crest.
that's
Okay,
something
cool.
we'd be remiss if we didn't take a chance. Sorry, off screen they just did a huge jump as well. But we'd be remiss if we didn't take a chance to show that off to all of you. So that, for real this time, concludes our show. So a huge thank, of course, to Nico, Quentin, Morgan, to Nix and Rodney, and of course, the one and only Mr. Dylan Gaffner there for joining us today. We really appreciate you guys taking the time to tell us a little bit more. Sorry?
Thank you for hosting.
I'm also here. But of course, more importantly than even me is our fire team in the back of house. We've got Peyton, Ashley, and of course, my compatriot in social media, Mitch, out there helping us go ahead and do the heavy lifting behind the scenes. Thank you a ton for joining us, as always. To the crew here in the house that puts on the show and has to deal with the likes of me, thank you all so much for your time. We really appreciate all of your help. And of course, we'll also, pardon me, ask you all to go ahead and stick around for just a little bit longer, because before we conclude the show, we're going to go ahead and raid Bergen's star. So do us a huge favor, stick around for a little bit, join the raid, give him a follow, and tell him we said hello. We'd appreciate that. So today we covered a lot. We went through the activities coming with Act 2, such as Court of Blades, the continuation of the Veridaya quest line, some new weapons joining the sandbox. Took a bit of a look ahead at Act 3. There was a lot for this one, everyone. So of course, more than anything, we know you all are very busy. We appreciate being a part of your day, and thank you all so much for taking the time to join us today. We do appreciate it. It's always a lot of fun to get the these on, but they don't matter unless you show up. So thank you. So in the meantime, from all of us here to all of you out there, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we'll see you all Starside.
Very fun. Very fun. Okay. So there's a lot going on. I mean, I didn't expect anything different, but there's a lot coming up. I'm going to jot some of this stuff down in my spreadsheet. My spreadsheet. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. So what I've got, I'll put some music on in the background while we're doing this. Let's turn the music down a little bit too. All right, cool. We got a lot coming up. Let's take a look at this stuff. Where did that? There's that note. Guardian Games starts. Okay, so Moments of Triumph started today. Today. How long does it last for? Very fun and exciting. Moments of Triumph 2025. Man, the wind is still going crazy out there. Can y'all hear that? It is wild out there. Moments of Triumph. 33 challenges. You need 26 for the seal title. How long does it last for? Generally, we usually have like 3 or 4 weeks. Oh, it doesn't. They don't specify how long Moments of Triumph will be available for. It does say you'll have plenty of time to complete any that are unfinished, but it doesn't give you a time frame. Do we think it's gonna go until the end of the season? That would be very player beneficial. Yeah, apparently, Charity, Crispy said they're getting like blizzards in the Midwest where he is, or something like that. Pretty crazy. All right, so we don't know how long it lasts for. That's surprising. Moments of Triumph, don't know when it ends yet. It hasn't been revealed. What else we got? Act 2 stuff starts in a week. Rite of the Nine, I believe, is Act 3 stuff. People were building snowmen in Santa Clarita with the hail. Oh my gosh. Explorer, Eternity, and Ultimatum. Win. Act 3. All right. And we believe... Okay, Moments of Triumph is live. Take a look at this. Should have the game muted for y'all right now, yeah. Okay. So we go into Journey. Moments of Triumph 2024. Complete the Whisper Exotic mission on any difficulty, 0 hour on any difficulty. We can now purchase the 2024 shirt, which I might do that. I might do that. I think I'm going to jot that down. I think you get like reduced shipping for the first week or something. I think I saw. That ghost shell is pretty awesome. What else we got here? Reset ghost vendor rank, which I think I just did in the last week or so. Complete each cyst in under 4 minutes. Complete the Vespers host dungeon. At some point we'll do that for sure. Synchronicity. Collect all prismatic aspects, fragments, and abilities on a single character. There's like 1 or 2 things I have left. One is a arc jolting grenade fragment that I haven't acquired yet. Oh, there's secret triumphs I haven't revealed yet. Encore from episode Echoes. Quests for all acts of episode Revenant. So basically the story content from Revenant stuff. Collectibles from episode Heresy activities. Well, I think those are the worms that are hidden throughout. Oh yeah, these are the worms that are hidden throughout the Nether. Maybe Court of Blades as well. So therefore, there's no way it's going to end before Act 3. Because there's going to be additional stuff that opens up in the Nether and Court of Blades. So I think it's going to end at the end of the season. I don't think there's any way. Enjoy your food, Angel. I don't think there's any way it's going to. Oh, I don't have Pete open. That's on me. That's on me. Let me fix that. Thank you. It's my bad. Pete is innocent. Give him just a minute to wake up. Chosen Path, complete the quest, The Taken Path. That's just the Heresy story. I'm still trying to figure out what is the Cade's stashes. If any of you guys know what Cade's stashes are in the tower, I found a couple of them. I just don't know what they are or why they're there. I think it's to celebrate 10 years of Destiny. Destiny. Not Destiny 2. Complete the 5th wave in any onslaught activity. I haven't done that. I mean, I definitely did that with last year's onslaught, but we can do that again. Reset with Banshee, we're pretty close. I think we're very close, if not all the way, on the last one. Pete, are you awake yet? He's still waking up. He says, give me a minute. He says, I'm the one who needs to click on something for him. All right. Did I click the wrong thing? No, I think he's still just waking up. Yeah, I don't know, Duck. Sorry that happened. There might be like a Bungie help article on that. I'm not sure, but you should be able to change it. You get a couple name changes per year. So it should be no big deal to change it back to what you want. All right, there we go. Pete is awake now. Sorry about that, Angel. I think Renee would really like 8-Ball whenever she's here again. There you go. Very fun. All right. Quarter Blades Act 2, so about a week away. Very, very fun, exciting stuff. I think I'll just jot this stuff down on my like things to look forward to. Act 2 stuff. Court of Blades. We'll say Moments of Triumph. Really, it's already active. And it probably lasts until the end of the season. Excuse me, episode. Yes, the episode, yeah. Can't count on that, but likely. Act 3 stuff. I guess we've also got the Act 2 narrative. Always excited about that. And there's also Barrow Dyad. Let's say Act 2 narrative, Barrow Dyad perks, and artifact perks. That's really challenging. You can only get 12. I wish there was a way we could have like 2 more. I wish we could. I still need to finish Act 1 stuff as well. Agreed, Charity. Act 3 stuff. When is Guardian Games? That's next week, right? I think that's next week. Oh no, what did I click on? Act 3. Act 3 Guardian Games. Let's see. This art looks so cool. The new style on the weapons looks so cool. All right, Guardian Games arrives mid-March, so it's going to be next week. How long is it going to last for? Do we know? Act 2. Okay, excellent. March 11th. So we got weapons, including the title. Armor. And we don't know when it ends yet. Yeah, the release date is definitely Act 2, definitely next week. But we don't know when the end date is. I think they're going to share it on this Thursday with the TWID. And Rite of the Nine is going to be Act 3. Dungeons. Those weapons look so cool. Oh, those weapons look so cool. Nether and Court of Blades updates / new stuff. Act 3 narrative. Barrow Dyad perks. Artifact perks. Rockets. Rockets are fun, but they're dangerous. I remember like when we ran contest mode raid stuff, that those running rockets did not work out well. And as a result, from trying to run rockets in GLs in those raid attempts, I like just don't ever want to run rockets now. And maybe this will help me get over that, but dying so many times because something flying through the air got in front of my rocket and killed me, or like an ally stepped in front of me and killed my rocket, exploded them and killed me. Just not. I much more prefer like linear fusions or machine guns or bows, etc. Act 3 narrative stuff. What else? Heavy metal. Tanks versus whatever those, I forget what those things are called. Giant robots, we'll call them for now. All right, sick. That's a lot. Guardian Games also, it's got the weapons and the armor. What was it? There was like another arc rifle. Oh, the artifact stuff I wanted to say that is going to be trace rifles. I'm a huge fan of trace rifles. It's just their ammo economy is like so close to being viable, but just not quite there. But maybe with the trace rifle artifact perks, maybe it'll be different. I'll have to see. Very cool. Very cool. I'm excited about that. Court of Blades starts in Act 2. Moments of Triumph is right now. Guardian Games is Act 2 1 week from now. Act 3 will be Rite of the Nine and Heavy Metal and Nether and Court of Blades updates. It'll take me, I'm still not totally sure I understand about the Court of Blades stuff, but I'm sure it'll be understandable once you get to play around with it a little bit. Guardian Games, you can get double perks and columns based on how well you do in the activity. I think they mentioned something, Rite of the Nine is like based on how well you do death-wise. Whereas it can get shiny, double perks, plus visual, based on how many deaths. And Guardian Games is based on how well you do in the activity. Cool. I mean, I was already planning for like this next couple months to be like dungeon focused and doing like solo flawless and stuff. And the fact that the Rite of the Nine is happening, this is all perfect. This is perfect synergy. I love it. So we'll jump in and do some of that stuff. I still have so much to do in the final shape and the other and the other ones too. What do you want me to click on? Oh, did I do something? Gain trials ranks. While on a lighthouse passage, win matches and earn medals to showcase your individual strength. Double Kell, Skullbreaker, the beginning. I don't even know what these medals are. Is it a double kill? There's no way I was getting double kills. While on a lighthouse passage and in a full fire team, win matches and earn medals to showcase the strength. Well, maybe I'll be able to get a full fire team sometime this season. I might have to pull back a little bit on PvP. I've been playing a little bit too much in the last like week or two with Iron Banner and Trials. The Trials experience the first weekend was pretty good for me, but this last weekend was not a great experience. Not like terrible, but like not very good. Maybe it was just the map. I'm gonna chalk it up to just me not like understanding the map flow, but it was not my favorite. The first week might have been my favorite Trials experience ever. Is it just me, or is this symbol a little bit different color than the rest? Like this one has a little bit of red shading. This one does not. Okay, this is a dungeon. This one is a dungeon. This one's a dungeon. This one's a raid. This one's a DLC. This one's a raid. Why are these ones slightly red, but these other ones are not? It's not based on how many I do or don't have, because this one is 0 out of 10, or this one is 1. This one's 4, this one's 0. This one's 5. There's no correlation between the numbers. Is it just like of the background? Seems to be like here and then over, here and then over. It must just be like the background or something. How strange. I don't understand. What do we got here? What do you want me to do? Ranks and season pass. I'm saving up my seasonal challenges to pop them when episode 2, act 2 drops next week. So I'm almost at the top. I'm almost at like rank 100, probably like upper 70s or something like that. And waiting till I think I don't know if you can or can't. I think it's you can't unlock beyond level 100. So I'm just saving them up so that when we get to act 2 of episode 3 next week, I can just pop these and get a bunch of XP immediately. And then towards the end of act 2, I'll save them up until the act 3 launches, and then I'll pop those as well. Saving up the XP. So I just have to ignore that blinking until then. All right. So as you can see, I was in PvP mode, but I didn't have any. I really didn't have much optimized. Me and Crispy ran a Nightfall for the new palindrome late last night because I hadn't ran it yet or hadn't finished it. We ran it. We kind of tried to run it the other day, but we just didn't finish it. And Crispy and I finished the Nightfall, and I got a palindrome. It was a very PvP-oriented palindrome. So I went into PvP trials to try it out, and it feels very good. But I don't know, man. I'm just I enjoy the challenge of PvP, but I think I'm just too old, man. My brain does not work at the speed of other people's brains in PvP. Or maybe, it could also be that I took like a 6-month break from the game. Could be that. Or it could just be that I'm like too old and I should just retire from PvP. It's one of the two. Maybe a little bit of both. But either way, I'm not a bug anymore. No, I wasn't. I need to go in. Thank you for bringing that up. I need to choose my fashion. Let's fix that right now. I'm so used to just putting things off. There's a couple things I need to fix in my dim builds right now. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. What was that? It was what do I need in my dim builds? Dim, in case you're not familiar, is Destiny Item Manager. You can create 40,000 kills in PvP. That's awesome. Good for you. Do you play Trials, Charity? Have you played the recent Trials? That's so sick. I should team up with you for Trials then. Missed 40k kills in PvP. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from you. I just love. I grew up in trials and PvP using a grenade launcher before airborne effectiveness was a thing. And so I could just fly around the map, and the grenade launcher, the truth teller that I used was like so good. And nowadays it's a different game entirely, and I can't use the same tactics, but my brain I haven't latched onto a tactic. And they've also changed abilities. The wind is crazy right now. I don't know if you can hear it whistling through the windows right here to my right, but it's like screaming at me. If the power goes out, you'll know why. It was the wind. Iron Banner? Okay, yeah. I'll hit you up next time for Trials. Let's see if we can get Crispy back in as well. He and I had a rough go at Trials this past weekend. Word, that's really cool to hear you're into PvP. That's awesome. What is this emblem? What do I have down here? Ah, yes. I reset my rank at Jax. Still rocking this galvanic base. I have started getting questions about this emblem. If you weren't here when I got it, it's a gift from Bungie. And I've already started getting messages in game about how to get it. We're not in the same clan anymore. Do you want to join the clan? Do you have a more active clan? Yeah, we should do the clan. Oh, that's all you stream? Oh, that's so cool. We should be Bungie friends. If we're not, let's make it happen. Roy meow. I think we're friends. What is your... I believe I've seen you online. Did you unfriend me? Is that what happened? What is your Bungie... What is your in-game name? I'll add you right now. I'll do it. I'll frickin' do it. You left the clan? Okay, fine. Fine. We don't have to be friends then. No, I understand. If you want to join back in, you're welcome to. Or I guess if we want to get the clan benefits, if you want to just join us during the trials games, we would get those trials benefits of getting the adepts based on having a full clan in the fire team. But we can figure that out later. But since me and Crispy are in the same clan. All right, sick. I'll add you now if we're not already. Is that your Bungie? What's up, Adrian? What's up, dude? Talking Destiny stuff. Did you watch the developer stream today? You probably did not. Very, very fun stuff. Make sure I spell this correctly. I know you're taking a break from Destiny. Understandable. Player found. Did it send it? Did it send it? Details. There we go. Send Bungie friend request. There we go. Yeah, no worries. You try to stay up to date. Word. I mean, I just took like a 6-month break. Like no judgment, no shade at all. So Act 2 is starting next week, 1 week from today. This is the final week of Act 1, but of course everything in Act 1 is still available in Act 2. And of course, then Act 3 will be like a month or so later. I believe Act 3 ends like sometime in the summer. If we go to the season pass. Act 2 releases in 6 days. Oh yeah, if we go to... I found a hidden area for it. Rank progress? Yes, here we go. Season ends in about 4 months and change. I think Act 2 is about a month, just over a month long. I think maybe like 5 weeks. So the final one is like 3 months long, basically. The final act is about 3 months long. they announced some very cool stuff. If you remember Into the Light, they have a dungeon version of the raid bosses, kind of. So it's going to be dungeons that rotate each week. It's only 3 dungeons: Prophecy, Spire of the Watcher, and I can't remember if it's Vesper or Ghost of the Deep, but one of those 2, or maybe it's Warlords. One of those 3 is the 3rd one. And they rotate each week, and they have really cool looking weapons, just like the Brave Arsenal. And it's kind of meant to be like a more beginner friendly type of thing. So there's 3 different modes. One is an explore mode that has like in-game waypoints that teaches you how to solve the puzzles of the dungeons and where to go, because oftentimes the dungeons will be like maze-like. And then at the end of the dungeon experience, there's 3 different levels. There's like the beginner one that has the waypoints, a medium version, and then an ultimatum challenging version. And I think in that one, you can get you're more likely in general to get shiny versions of the weapons with double perks and different shiny visuals based on how many deaths you had through the dungeon. So it's not based on how quickly you do it or how many points you have. It's based on how many deaths you have. So if you stay alive, even if it takes you a while, if you just stay alive, then you're more likely to get the better weapons. So I think that's really cool. So they've got that stuff coming up for that'll be in Act 3. So that's not Act 2, but that's Act 3 coming up. Act 2, Guardian game starts next week. Returning weapons, new armor. You can get double perks in the columns based on how well you do in the activity. And seasonal narrative stuff. There's a new activity launching. We already have the seasonal activity part 1, and they're launching a whole brand new seasonal activity in Act 2 next week called Court of Blades, which is based on Court of Oryx stuff, mechanics. Moments of Triumph is just started today, is going to go for at least a month or 2. I think it's going to go until the end of the episode, and then Act 3 stuff in another month. Rite of the Nine, that's the dungeon thing, Rite of the Nine. And there's also this comedic PvP mode they're going to release in Act 3 called Heavy Metal, which is tanks versus those giant robots. I forget what they're called. Crossover with brand new band? If only. Destiny concert confirmed. Apparently in the exotic mission from last episode, Kel's Fall, there's an organ, a scorn organ they call the Scorgan, and you can play notes on it by shooting the either piano keys or the pipes or whatever it is. So people edit videos of them playing music based on shooting the pipes or whatever it is. So yes, Destiny concert confirmed. And maybe brand new will make an appearance. Don't die. Challenge level impossible. Got a soul flawless, that shit. Oh my God. Can y'all hear that? Adrian, is it crazy windy where you are too? Adrian lives in the DFW area as well. Dungeon Pantheon, yeah, basically, yeah. It's so freaking windy, dude. The gusts are up to 50 miles an hour, or maybe even more. Let's see. Where are you, windy? Up to 50 miles an hour. Goodness. Also, the sky was turning brown today because it's blown in so much dust from the West Texas desert area. That was pretty wild to walk out into. Okay, I'm glad you guys are not hearing the wind here. Good. Anyways, there's a quick update for you about stuff coming up in Destiny. Very cool stuff. So stuff that I've been thinking about doing on stream, synergizing. I was already planning this stuff, and this just synergizes really well with everything that kind of was chatting about on the dev stream today. But I was wanting to lean more into solo dungeons, solo flawless dungeons, solo exotic missions, maybe flawless if there's like a triumph for it. Not if there's not a triumph for it, I probably won't go for it because it takes a lot of time. I need to finish the prismatic stuff, and that's part of Moments of Triumph, so that works out well. And then I need to do like Echoes and Revenant stuff, and that's part of Moments of Triumph as well. So based on like Moments of Triumph stuff, dungeons stuff, and just general seals, I think that's kind of what I was planning to pursue on stream. So we can talk about like builds, we can talk about like survival versus damage and defense versus utility, perks, subclass, synergy, all that good stuff. So that's kind of in general what I'm was planning to do on stream over the next like couple weeks and months. So if you guys have ideas as well about things you think would be fun to watch or things you would like to see me tackle or talk about over the next, or just on stream in general, that'd be awesome. Would love to know what your requests or thoughts are or suggestions. So I can keep that in the back of my mind and find the synergy or whatnot. I'm gonna take a quick bio, grab a snack. I'll be right back. I'll play some music and then we'll start doing some stuff. What time is it? About 9:30 here. All right, we'll go for another hour or two maybe. I think one of the biggest things that I really need to do is finish getting the jolting arc grenade fragment for prismatic, because it's crucial to one of my builds, actually two of my two main builds for this season, and I don't have that, so I have no way to like jolt enemies from afar, like starting a fresh skirmish. And I need that. I need that for bolt charge, and I need that for jolting, providing defense. So let's work on that and enjoy some Pale Heart stuff. We'll get into that when I get back. All right, quick break. Hey, I might walk the dogs real quick too. It's about time for them to get walked. So possibly a short break, possibly a longer break. We'll just have to see what happens. Okay, bye. You want to see me get good in PvP? Oh, man.
to know me better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I will feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing my mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away?
Start having the stream snacks loaded up.
I am broken, words unspoken. I'm afraid I'm drowning underneath. I got lost inside my feelings that I can't seem to find my way to breathe. Need you by my side, I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. Love can get so rough, hope that I'm enough. Let me be the one for you. I'm trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. Love can get so rough, hope that I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
Yeah. All right. Hello. Welcome back. How was everything? Oh, I had a question for you as well, Charity. For a short time, your light level was higher than mine. When was that? But not anymore. Is that what you're saying? You could probably get higher than me. I don't think I definitely haven't been pursuing my pinnacles as much as I should have. It's been fine. Like, I'm halfway. I think my current, how can I easily like open my character from here? Menu? No, that's yes. So I'm like 2014 then plus 11. So most of these are like 2015-ish. I've got a couple 2017s that are dropping now, but definitely not. Those are my pinnacles, not my like at power stuff, obviously. Technically Dim says I am 2016 plus 11. So if I really wanted to, I could have 2016 across everything. And then plus 11 would put me at like 2027 for my max, basically. But I had a question for you, Charity, and other Destiny players. I have a bunch of codes that I would love to give away to y'all. They are emblem codes. They are DLC codes, which might not be as like relevant now, but they might be for the right person who doesn't have that stuff yet. But some of this, I mean, some of the content, some of the DLCs are like free now. So my mobility is 100. I think I also made a build just out of Iron Banner stuff. And those stats are nice. Those stats are very minimal wasted extra stats. But yeah, my mobility is 100 and my resilience is 100 as well. I don't necessarily need the 100 mobility. I usually would have like a lightweight weapon or something, but for PvP, since you're strafing, mobility affects your strafe speed while you're ADSing. So it does make a difference. I just don't care about recovery because gunfights in PvP are over so quick. I'd rather go for the higher resilience and mobility, and I just need to learn how to win gunfights. I need to learn how to aim. But I personally don't care about recovery. I've tried, like, if I dip out of a fight, the difference is like less than a second between the different tiers of recovery. And I feel like at my current skill level in PvP, this would be different if I were a higher level skill for PvP. At my current level of skill, the resilient, even like, I think if we say there's 3 tiers, there's like bad, there's good, and there's great. I'm definitely not great. I think I'm on the lower end of good. Maybe it's just this last weekend. I used to feel like I was like good to like upper good. And if I played a lot, I could start breaking into great. But then like I'd play against a truly great player and just get like shit on. At my current skill level in PvP and understanding of the sandbox, and like I used to crutch a lot on invis and grenade launchers, and both of those are just like not where it's at anymore. I have to develop new instincts and new strategies. So my current level of PvP, resilience reduces flinch and obviously helps you die less. Mobility helps your movement speed. Recovery, for me, the gunfights are over so quickly, and the like 1 second difference of how long it takes for your health to reach full again. I'm not winning or losing battles based on health recovery, that 1 second time frame. I'm winning and losing battles based on map understanding, hitting my crits, hitting my headshots, and knowing when to engage and disengage. So for my current PvP skill level, I think I've tested different stuff. I've tested lower mobility, higher recovery. I've tested lower resilience. I think there's definitely some wiggle room. I could pull some stats off mobility, and I could pull some stats off. I think tier 7, if we're talking about just quick gunfights, tier 7 is like the highest you need. But I have found myself winning exchanges with a sliver of health left. And I think that's because of the tier 10 resilience. And I know that resilience reduces flinch. So that's going to help me land my headshots better. So this is like when I lose a gunfight, like it's not even close. When I win a gunfight, it's close. So that's why I'm running these stats right now. And I think it makes sense for me. But also controller is different than mouse and keyboard. Quicksilver Storm. Okay. I was seeing on this past weekend. Do you play Trials PvP, Charity? I feel like with the revamp, you would really like it. It's you don't have to get it in a streak, as you probably know. You don't have to get it in a streak. You can just get the wins and still go to the lighthouse, still get adept, still get the gear, the emblem, the ghost, the armor, the weapons, the saint. What is it? Osirian ciphers, so you can turn in for an extra adept. And you don't even have to be that good. The game, like if you lose 1 or 2 games or 3 games in a row, the game will put you through, the matchmaking will put you with really good teammates to balance it out. And so you'll get to sit in their backpacks and they'll just take you on a dub. And that's really nice when that happens. I also get to watch how they play the game, and I get to learn some better strategies for engaging or for map positioning and placement and all that good stuff. So the fact that you don't have to do it in a streak and the game still helps you get W's really, I think, makes Trials worth playing solo. If anything, I enjoyed, because I played duos with Crispy for a couple hours this past Friday, and maybe it was because it was Friday because it just launched, I don't know, but like our duos experience was much worse than my solo experience. I went and played solo afterwards and again last night, and I played all solo the first weekend, and it was a great experience the first weekend. I felt like the matchmaking was really good. I felt like it wasn't totally unfair. Like, sure, I would run into like sweats every now and then, but it was generally like the placement was like much better for me. But in general, like I think playing Trials solo is better now than it has ever been. But just don't play on Fridays, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But I was playing on Fridays in duos. So Trials is really good solo. If you haven't tried Trials in a while, give it a shot this coming weekend. Maybe try it a couple games on Friday, a couple games on Saturday, a couple games on Sunday, a couple games on Monday. See what you think. It's the reward structure is worth it. The reward structure is very worth it for Trials now. I just can't emphasize that enough. The game will help you get wins. You just need to like get 7 wins. Just play long enough to get 7 wins, and you go to the lighthouse and you get all the amazing loot reward stuff. Yeah, matchmaking is really good in Trials now. Yeah. So, okay, Amit, I saw a lot of, you get decent precision kills because you have sweaty confetti. Do I test in control? No. I basically do testing all live. I'm just like, fuck it. We'll test in comp. We'll test in Trials. It's probably not the best because I don't have a chance to like really experience it. But like, 6 is a totally different experience than Trials. And in general, like Iron Banner is a different experience than Trials. I like Iron Banner a lot. I like Trials when I feel like I'm doing well. Obviously, that's different. The slower game pace in Trials and the higher stakes, I don't know if I enjoy it as much. One mistake in Iron Banner doesn't cost you the whole round. One mistake in Trials can cost you the whole round. But I would say that's probably one of the weaker points is like I don't test. For me, one of my weaker points is I don't test things outside of the actual mode. But I do test things in comp and I do test things in trials. So yes, but no, I guess. Oh, you made some friends in trials. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so you have been playing trials. That's great. That's so sick. That's so sick. You can do it, Charity. I believe in you. Definitely give trials another. You played the first weekend, then it sounds like. That's sick. All right, cool. Good. Yeah, you just got to play enough to get 7 wins now. On the first weekend, I got 5 wins in a row. Got the guaranteed adept, and like that was me coming off a 6-month break. I don't know how. I think it was the map. It was one of the maps that I'm like comfortable with because I've just played so fucking much on it. I simultaneously hate the map, but understand the map. For better or worse. All right. Anyways, I have a question for y'all watchers. I have emblems codes and other codes to hand out. Would that be interesting? Should I do them like, every hour or two during streams or just at the end of streams? Because I can just whisper it to people. That's how I deliver it, is just whispering on Twitch. What is the game will put you with, it'll make sure you get W's every now and then. It does sometimes take time. The game is also trying to figure out the matchmaking is different for trials. Oftentimes the game is trying to figure out your skill level. I don't know how the trials matchmaking works. I don't quite understand the terminology they use, but it's probably also because they're trying to keep it somewhat hidden. How should I do emblem giveaways or code giveaways in general? Would that be interesting for y'all? Would love to know your thoughts. Okay, for actual on-stream stuff, I think what we're going to do, I've got to work on getting this arc grenade fragment. Got to do it, mate. Got to frickin' do it. So let's just jump into it. Let's pull up the quest. What else do I want to work on while we're doing that? Deep Sight Harmonizer, very cool. The quest is over here, Alone in the Dark. We have to progress this quest far enough so we then have Memory Vestige of Light. I have to have 10 of them? Is that what I think I saw? It's going to be a number if that's the case. But also, I'm very proud of myself. I went from having like 5 prisms like 2-3 weeks ago to having 50 now. Very proud of myself. Also, I went from having 0 Ascendant Shards to having 10. And my cores are still low. So I still need to have some more cores. But I think you can break down prisms into cores, I believe. So we have a lot hidden away. Okay. I was also finally actually hitting shots with the Battler. I think I just changed it to something else. But the BXR, I used to have, instead of Elemental Capacitor, I had it as Eye of the Storm, and it just felt like I was not hitting any shots at all. Any shots at all. Lucy, stop. She's humping her blanket. I think I also had this, instead of as Icarus, I think I had it as Target Adjuster. Maybe I should go back to that. I currently have it as Icarus. I don't even know why I do that. It felt like it was a wet noodle when I would use it in PvP. And so last night I finally swapped it over to Elemental Capacitor. And it feels much better. I should probably upgrade this. I don't know why I upgraded this, but not this. Did Perpetual not get an upgraded? I also have way too many Ascendant alloys. I have like 30 in my inventory. I have 6 in the post office and then like 3 at the special item vendor pickup spot. Way too many alloys. Do you not get? Perpetual motion just procs 1 second earlier. That's silly. I guess it would be worth it to get rid of an alloy because I have to use them up. Sometimes on like, there was an issue like last night or the night before, where like I needed to reset, I think it was Saint and or Rahul and or Shax, because I reset all of them last night. I couldn't reset them because I couldn't pick up the alloy that I had to pick up from the reward track because I had max alloys because I never spend them. So I purposely had to go drop some alloys into some weapons and then come back and do it. It's just, I wish they would go to the post office, but that's fine. Anyways, I have an additional, what is it, 33% alloys that I don't even need. Anyways, I finally changed it to elemental capacitor and was running void, and it finally felt like I was hitting shots with it. Finally. Because I know what it should feel like to hit your shots with a pulse rifle. I had this crafted adaptive pulse stasis, and it just felt like I couldn't miss. It just felt like I couldn't miss. And then I think they changed a little bit of pulses in their registration stuff. So now it doesn't feel as good, but this was starting to get back to actually feeling like I was hitting shots. That's cool. I need to definitely use this. We should use this to level it up. This is my current favorite weapon for the season. This is the curated hammerhead from Into the Light. It's got 4 times the charm and killing tally. Killing tally does not reset. Gives you up to like 30 plus bonus damage. Does not reset until you reload the weapon or stow it. So 4 times the charm gives you more ammo if you're hitting crits. So you just have like, if you just get 1 or 2 kills, killing tally gives you 10%, then 20%, then 30%. So like if you just kill 3 red bars near you and then go to town on the boss, you have like up to a double mag of 30% boosted damage, and you can take your time. It doesn't run out. It's just always available. Definitely recommend this weapon if you still have it. It's the curated Into the Light hammerhead. But anyways, oh, I also just crafted this gold tusk. Let Lucy live. I just crafted this gold tusk. This is from like a year or 2 ago. Season of Defiance, I want to say. It was like a more or less like really difficult, really rare weapon to come across because it was only available through like a out of the way Season of Defiance engram reward thing. Not reward, but like where you like turn in like an engram to get a weapon. And obviously you can't get these anymore. And I had a couple still sitting around. I got like 2 patterns while during that year. And I didn't get enough for the full pattern, so I finally just used up some deep side harmonizers and got the full pattern and unlocked it and crafted it last night. It's a ninja sword. It's not all that special, but it is cool to have this extremely rare crafted weapon. We were gonna fix some stuff. What in my loadouts? Thank you, Charity. Thank you for validating me. That's what I needed to feel. I appreciate that. What do I need in my loadouts? This This is a question. Let's see. So you own a sword in real life? What the frick? What is that like? What was it like? Where'd you get it? Tell me the story of this sword now. What's up, Baggy? I need you in my loadouts. Okay. What's up, dude? How's it going? So I seen you've been playing a little bit as well. How you been, sir? What's up? What's new? Did you watch the dev stream today? I just finished watching it on stream. Very excited. The Rite of the Nine thing looks so sick. Getting back into a little bit. Nice. You take a break as well. I took a break for about 6 months there from like, I don't know, July until end of January. I've got some dim things over here. They're kind of a variety of loadouts. I'm trying to think like, what do I actually need in a dim loadout? Because you can make a dim loadout for like everything, but it's kind of silly. Or you can make one that's general that then once it's applied, then you go in and tweak what you want. And that appeals to me more rather than having like a ton of loadouts that like I just forget or that like need tweaking and then I just forget to tweak it. So let's look at you know what? Let's go finish grinding out. I need to finish getting this arc grenade jolt fragment first because that's kind of what both of the builds are built on. So let's just go do that. And then we'll fix the fashion and we'll fix the other stuff and it'll all be great. Okay, sounds good? Okay, great. Yeah, I think the breaks really help with enjoying Destiny for the long term. Which one do I want to rock for now? Manticore has been fun. We just don't need to be... We need to be like leveling weapons. We don't need to be, but if we're going to be doing this, we might as well try to level weapons. I'm still getting used to this concept that random roll drops can be converted into... What is it called? Shaped. No, it's not crafted. Crafted. Enhanced? What is this terminology? I can't recall it. Enhanced. Okay. An enhancement works like crafting. It boosts the masterwork to max. And now you can eventually upgrade the columns. But in order to upgrade the columns, you have to level the weapon up. So it's basically just like crafting. Right? Can you... Let's say I use this Shira's Wrath in PvP or whatever, and I get a bunch of kills with it, but I haven't enhanced it yet. Even if I do enhance it, does it now still have all that leveling that I did with it previously? Or does the leveling only start once you've enhanced it? Here's an example here. This is from Into the Light. I enhanced it. Weapon level is currently... Where can I see my weapon level? I've defeated 100 enemies with it. It's level 2. So it looks like... What's up, Curson? Had a blue and gold handle. Oh, man. That sounds amazing. I hope you get something, either that same one or something else back someday in your life again, because that sounds super rad. Comfy gang. I'm gonna assume the leveling previously doesn't matter. It's probably only once it's been shaped. Stream's going well, man. We watched the developer stream from earlier today. And very excited about this stuff coming out in Destiny in the coming months. The little sights right here are always facing left. No matter which way it's oriented, it's always facing left. How are you doing today, Kirsten? I'm going to assume that it's... So we can enhance these. It can become a... Oh, I see. Tier 2 upgrades the left, and then Tier 3 upgrades the right. Okay. That's funny. All right, well, in any case, let's... Do we want this one? So I've got 2 or 3 different viable Elsie's rifles. I was using the one with repulsor and destabilizing because of the nightfall last night. But then we've also got one with repulsor and frenzy. So damage. It's really based on like whether I believe the artifact, if I can get the artifact to give me volatile. Without needing volatile destabilizing rounds. Void weapon precision hits gives you volatile rounds. Defeating weakened targets with void weapon applies volatile to nearby targets. So this is like a built-in destabilizing rounds if they're weakened. This one, rapidly applying volatile, causes your next instance of void to create a weakening burst. Yeah, but defibrillating blast, bolt charges heal me. And this one, machine guns give me 25% damage resistance. Damn. This one also makes bolt charge a self-fulfilling cycle. So I guess it's really like if you're running, okay, do I need, so I'm trying to tell myself, I'm trying to convince myself I don't need this one. This one relies on defeating weakened targets, applies volatile to nearby targets. And that's great. I truly do think I don't need it. Requires a target to be weak, and it applies volatile. This one gives your weapons volatile rounds, so you can apply volatile to anybody you want. This one applies weakening. And then... See, this one just needs rapid precision hits. Theoretically, you would want this one, but this one just applies volatile to nearby targets. You could say, I say this one has its own loop going on. Applying volatile creates a weakening burst. This one's on its own. This one stands solidly on its own. Void precision hits grants volatile rounds and rapid kills. This one creates a weakening burst. Weakening is great. It's not necessary. Defeating, I think there's a boost to this one that I'm not remembering because it's not on the screen. I think there's a boost to this one that makes it really good. It's like applying weaken grants you overshield. In which that case, that's very important for in-game activities. Or is it this one? Let's go to Destiny Data Compendium. This one actually tells us. If you're not familiar with Destiny Data Compendium, if you play Destiny, I highly recommend. It is basically an archive of Destiny information. It has all of the current weapon perks, artifact perks, exotic armor, exotic weapons, subclass information, definitions, all that good stuff. It's a very in-depth information archive. Highly recommend checking it out. On weakened enemy kill. Okay, this one does not. This one does. This one does not. Grant weakening. Okay, it's not this one. All right, the void overshield on weaken is actually this one. Inflicting weaken grants a void overshield. Now this one applies volatile. But you could say there's a loop here between these two where this one applies volatile, creates a weakening burst. Killing those weakened targets applies volatile. This one only grants you volatile rounds. This one does not apply volatile. This one, the wording is applying volatile. The question of what qualifies as applying volatile? If you have a auto rifle or a pulse rifle that is shooting in bursts and applies volatile multiple times versus like a hand cannon, which is more of a singular time, or fewer times per seconds. All right, have a good one, Cursed. Does the void flux by applying volatile help proc this one to rapidly applying volatile to create a void weakening burst, which then gives you the overshield? I could see it. And if that's the case, then that's the argument for taking off this, even though defib is great and it makes bolt charge a self loop by jolting combatants, and then defeating arc debuffed targets, which is jolting them, gives bolt charge. That would be fine for taking that off. But the arc bolt that heals you, that's also pretty good. But you would be getting more likely to have your... Okay, I could see it. So when in void, swap that. And when in arc, probably swap the other one. I could see it. So we're going to go with that for now. We're going to see how this feels, if it feels different. So I'm going to assume that I don't need destabilizing rounds because of the artifact perks. It's the whole reason we were working on that. I'm going to say repulsor brace is still solid. We should probably go for it. Also, the other perks like loose change, reload speed, aim assist. I don't need reload speed because I'll have it with frenzy over here. Yeah. Where's the shiny? There it is. This shiny LC's rifle that I got. Stability, increased mag size, targeting adjuster. She's already got 100 recoil. She definitely needs that. For a pulse rifle, she's not shaped yet. Let's go ahead and shape her. It's definitely a her, by the way. And now we can give her a different mod. Increased range and stability. As a pulse rifle, that'd probably be pretty good. Reload speed and handling. Reload speed's very high for a pulse rifle, actually. Is she an adaptive? No, she's in high impact and she's got high reload speed. That's pretty sick. So probably go with the ballistics one. We could also increase the zoom. I don't think she really needs that. She could have increased heavy ammo. I don't think she needs that. That's pretty cool that they put on the weapons, though. That is very cool. So you could have more options to put stuff on your helmet. That is extremely cool of them to do. Very sick. Very sick. So when they say it's been enhanced, what level of stats? You get destroyed by this in PvP? Interesting. What level of stats is this enhanced now? Or has this not been enhanced yet? The red border are not enhanced? Interesting. I think this will be the play for me. I need to get this. I just crafted this the other week. It's a new week. We should pick that up. I'm not going to do it right now. Let's go. All right, let's jump in. Now that we've spent an hour talking about what we should do or could do or planning to do, that is the default shader. That is, it's a shiny from Into the Light. So it means it dropped with double perks and this unique visual. That's what the shinies from Into the Light dropped with, versus this is the normal look. So normal, no shader. Shiny, no shader. It's got the, I guess it's got a weapon ornament. Limited edition ornament. And this is what it would be like without. But that's why it's got the double perks as well. And we could get, I guess we could throw on machine gun. Do I have, I guess, and I can enhance machine guns. That's right. This weapon can be enhanced. I haven't totally figured out which strand. I need a strand machine gun. Machine guns are very powerful right now because of the artifact. Anyways, let's just stop talking and let's go do some stuff. We're going to go do this on the Pale Heart. So here, where are we going? Here, Memory Seclusions, Alone in the Dark. That's where we're going. The wind is going crazy again. I guess since we're going to the Pale Heart, we might as well go here. So I finally crafted the call. That's the first Pale Heart weapon I've created. Now there's different ways to think about this, I guess. I needed the call for the Strand rocket sidearm. I don't need any of the other weapons. So let me unmute Destiny now. Therefore, in terms of this, picking up the red borders, okay, here we go. I've got 3 of 5. It feels like I could keep just knocking them out one by one. But the thing is, because I have RNG for the other drops, if I were to just do them one by one, like just go hard on this one until I get it all and go hard on this one until I get it all and go hard on this one, that's going to hurt me when we're down here to the final 1, 2, or 3. And I'm getting roughly an average weighting of getting all of these to drop. Versus if I keep it balanced, now that I've got the call crafted, if I keep it balanced, RNG is more likely to help me finish out the different ones. And then I can use the weeklies. But then you could argue that I could just use the weeklies once I get down to the final 1 or 2. But if I have like 6 remaining and it's only 3 weapons left, that's going to take 6 weeks to finish, versus if I'm just going to do it. I don't need these weapons. I like bold endings, but I don't need it. The Void one is a sniper. The Strand one is a machine gun. That'd probably be my most, between bold endings and Pro Memoria, those would be my ones to go for. Bolt endings is 1 away. The auto is 2 away. Axial is 4 away because I just unlocked it like a week or 2 ago. Someday, I'll probably go with the Axial Lacuna then. The sniper is 2 away. Someday is 2 away. The sword is 4 away because I also just unlocked that one recently. And the machine gun is 3 away. So between the sword and Axial, I guess we'll go with Axial. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, go. All right. I think that's probably the best decision for long term. It's going to make your life the easiest. And we'll just figure it out in the long run. What did we get? Surrounded, keep away. Keep them close, but not too close. Keep them far, but not too far. Keep them away, but surrounded. So that's going to be a delete. The call is great. What's up, Crispy? We're finally actually landed on a location and doing stuff. We've watched the dev stream. Very exciting. I made a list of all the things coming up. And then we talked about something else. I forget what. Just plans in general coming up. And there was something else. Oh, PvP. Bro, did you know that Charity plays like a fuck ton of PvP? Like, I had no idea. She's like been no-lifing PvP. She's got like thousands of kills in PvP. She's like gilded Iron Banner seal like 5 times. What the fuck? That's awesome. She started playing Trials as well the first weekend, and sounds like she would be down to play with us also. That's awesome. I just sent her a friend request, so maybe we shall get some community action going on with that. Apparently there's like more. Crispy, can you explain to me what the... Okay, 2 things, 2 questions for you. 1, weapon enhancing. So this Elsie's rifle, I just now enhanced it, like just 10 minutes ago. I have a lot of kills with it. Okay, maybe I have 20 kills with it. So this confirms that the leveling, even if you've got a bunch, if even you add kills prior to the leveling, enhancing, the leveling doesn't start with those previous kills. It starts only once you've enhanced the weapon. Is that correct? And furthermore, another question, follow-up question for you. When I enhanced the weapon, did it actually change anything about the perks? Or was that just like enhancing the masterwork, which I can't even see now? It must have been something. I don't know where it is now. It was something. Lucy is humping her blanket again, for those of you on Lucy Watch. She gets very jealous when I am talking but not giving her attention. Attachment. Anxiety. So has it actually done anything to the perks yet, or was that just the masterwork for that initial enhancement? And then part 2 is these perks get upgraded when you further enhance, which requires weapon leveling to a weapon level. Then you can upgrade the left column, then probably weapon level 21, and then you can upgrade the right column. Is that the equivalent of like a shaped crafted weapon upgrading the perks in the columns? Is that accurate? Enhanced weapons gain no leveling progress if you actually enhance it. It's not retroactive. Thank you. Enhancing a weapon does automatically max out the masterwork. You can see if you look at another non-enhanced weapon and hover over the enhancement options, see the stat boost you would get. Right? Copy that. Your Amit is shaped but is not supposed to be? What do you mean by that? Isn't Amit a craftable weapon? I'm pretty sure it's a craftable weapon. The perks don't change until enhancement tier 2 or 3, 11 and 17. Okay. Enhanced repulsor brace. So it's the exact same. Let's say there's a craftable void pulse rifle with the same perks. It would be the exact same version of the perks. It's not like enhanced weapons have slightly inferior 10% less stronger versions of the enhanced perks. It was a glitch. If you're talking about like the crafting that week or two, you weren't supposed to be able to craft other weapon perks onto it, and that's what the whole crafting was. But when they fixed it, they fixed all of the, like if you applied a shotgun to your Amit, they changed it back from the shotgun stuff to the normal stuff. So it would still be a crafted Amit. It just wouldn't be the shotgun version. Because I had a couple like Frankenstein weapons, and I went back and tested them after the fix, and it was back to normal. So that might be what you're talking about. Same type of enhanced perks. Okay, cool. Having an access to enhanced craftables were better just because of enhanced perks. True facts. True facts. Okay, word. All right, sick. Second series of questions for you. Wait, how are you here? Aren't you locked up in a basement and glowing red? I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be here either, but we'll let it slide. You are definitely not supposed to be here. Follow-up question that is not related to weapons at all. I've been finding Cade's stashes around the Pale Heart. Why and what are my questions for you, Crispy? I think they're part of the 10-year celebration. Cade stash nearby. Okay, What is this? Okay. Veteran Legend Cloak. It also drops as like a moderately powerful. It looks so short. I'm not used to capes this long. Short. Capes of this length. I'm used to like capes that go down to my ankles. And so this cape that feels like a little bib for my butt. It's like it feels like a little kid's cape. Oh, it feels like I went to my, I don't know, nostalgic collection of items in the attic and pulled out my little kid's superhero cape from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. That is adorable. This is why you don't put your capes in the dryer. I'm going to have to start reading lore on stream because I have way too much lore to read. So anytime we get a new lore, we're going to have to read it. I'm sorry. It's just we're going to have to do that. So let's read this lore. Or not. I was going to... All endings are beginnings. The Veteran Legend Cloak. Tonight, I watched 1,000 lanterns fill the night sky. Who is talking? I don't know. Tonight, I watched the hopes and dreams of humanity burn bright in the dark and challenge the uncertainty of the future. Tonight, I gave birth to a child that will shoulder the same burden of humanity's uncertain future that I have. Tonight, a new person came into this world who will share in my family's stories, hear of their ancestors and their triumphs, their failures, and their legends. Tonight, humanity takes a step into a future so unknown we do not even have a word for it. Tonight is a moment that must live forever, no detail forgotten. Tonight, the war is over. Tonight, a new age dawns. Tonight, I am so very tired. From my bedroom, I hear congratulations and cheers. I hear excitement. Everyone I have spoken to is dreaming about the future now, rather than merely surviving the next day. Some of my friends want to venture into the stars, leave the safety of the city, and explore, wink wink nudge nudge, foreshadowing. Leave the safety of the city and explore. They want to reclaim everything we've lost, all these worlds. But I won't be joining them. My place is here in the city, where my family has lived and died for generations. My friends ask, why would you want to stay in the last city? But I don't think it's going to stay the last city. I think this is the first city of many to come. Aww. All right, let's check out the rest of that. What do we think that's going to be underneath? Events? All right. I didn't read these yet. Let's read it. Cade stashes are things from the 10-year anniversary. It's made out of a 90s tracksuit. Would you like that? I've noticed that like when we do lore readings that like the viewership kind of goes down a little bit. So maybe it's just not the streamer audience, but if you guys would like lore readings, I've been wanting to make a Destiny YouTube channel and doing lore and like leaning into the lore, leaning into like what, like we were talking about earlier, like what things represent. So talking about like the loot cave, for example, we were talking about that earlier today. Connecting things like I would love to do that. And maybe that's more of like a YouTube search audience. Would you guys like that kind of thing? More in video format than in live? Okay. Bife, I have like, in a good way, like a love-hate relationship with Bife's videos. I love how detailed they are, but I don't love how overdramatic his presentation style can be. But I lovingly say that. Like it's he's very good at like the campfire story voice, campfire storytelling voice. So like no shade. And I love the details that he shares and connects as well. It's just, it feels, I'm personally more of a fan of like Mylan's version of presenting the lore, but Mylan has decided to kind of permanently stop doing Destiny lore stuff. So there's other lore folks on Destiny that I just haven't looked into. So I need to maybe get to know them. But anyways, cool. That's cool to hear that you guys might be into that. Very, very cool. But also, also another, just one more compliment towards Bife. The fact that he's been so consistent with Destiny content for many years and has such a high level of production quality is fantastic. It's very respectable. That's very difficult to do and maintain and not burn out. And he has definitely done it. His vocal quality, his audio quality, his video quality It's all very, very, very well done. Production quality is super. I would definitely not be able to start out like that level, obviously. But maybe someday. I'd probably be a different style though. But anyways, all right, cool. Very cool. All right. I will keep that in mind. Add that to my list of Destiny channel stuff. Thank you all for the input. Jotting this down. Very cool. That's awesome, Charity. All right, this lore. There's a last safe city out there somewhere. We have to believe. The last safe city exists in name only. I came here expecting to find a lost metropolis from before the collapse. Instead, it's a sea of tents and prefabricated shelters huddled around bonfires. Oh, okay. This is going to be... So we started with the cloak, and now we're doing the helmet. But it kind of really should be read helmet through to cloak. So the helmet, it's probably like chronological order. Helmet, then gloves, then chest, then legs, then cloak. So this helmet is the earliest chronologically. There's a last safe city out there somewhere. We have to believe. The last safe city exists in name only. I came here expecting to find a lost metropolis from before the collapse. Instead, it's a sea of tents and prefabricated shelters huddled around bonfires. Everyone here thinks that hiding in the shadow of the traveler will keep them safe, keep humanity's killers at arm's length. All I see are hundreds of miles of rough, snow-capped mountains. All I can feel is the memory of frostbite in my fingers. That's not going to stop anyone, just slow them down. I came here in a caravan of settlers. The march up the mountains was worse than any battle I'd survived. Hundreds died along the way from injuries, starvation, exposure, all the greatest hits. We buried them along the roadside, with no time for markers or ceremony. I've heard some of the risen here talking about forming guard patrols to escort people. I don't know. Sooner or later, our enemies are going to follow the trail of ants back to the mound. We would never survive a full frontal assault. More risen arrive every day. They're starting to organize, make plans. They make me nervous. I can't shake the memories. Groups of them hitting settlements for ammunition and food. Mass executions for those who dared speak out against them. Entire towns turned to craters. These ones seem different from the warlords, but I just can't let it go. The other settlers here are just like the ones outside this city, consumed with their own ideas about how the world should run. I've heard plenty of people talking about organizing an exodus, just getting in whatever ships we have and abandoning Earth, as if anywhere else in this system is safe. Others want to form clear lines of succession and leadership. And then there's the people like me, trusting their guns. Get it? Trust? The gun? Drifter's gun? Waiting for the other shoe to drop. That would be a good name for a weapon too. The other shoe. We know war is a certainty. Something is going to kill us all. It's just a matter of when, not if. There's nowhere safe. Not anywhere. Not anymore. Dark. We haven't gotten this one yet, so we can't read it. We've gotten the chest. Let's read the chest. I might not be a guardian, but they've reminded us you don't need the light to be a hero. My mother passed away last week. She left me the journal she'd been keeping since the day the walls were being built. She left her father's journals from before the city even had walls. They lived long, full lives. Reading about them makes me wish I had seen the city of their times. I was a boy when the Guardians won the Battle of Twilight Gap. I've only ever known peace behind the walls, only watched the city grow and thrive. I barely know how to handle a rifle. I work textiles. I make clothes. I want to open a shop to tailor clothing for the Guardians. I don't want to die. I've been hiding with the Resistance for 3 weeks now, since they found me sleeping in a storm drain. I lost everything in the Cabal attack. All my family's writings. My sister. My son. The Guardians, even without their light, are defending us. They're showing me how to shoot, how to survive. Every day someone leaves our hideout and never returns. Masuda, Arzu, Braiko, Mitra, Cardalin, and Luca died this week. The Cabal are relentless. And sooner or later they're going to figure out where we're hiding. There's 15 of us left. 5 combat frames and 2 Guardians. I have to survive. Humanity has to survive. It can't end like this. Damn. That's rough. That was that the Red War? Is that right? Still haven't fired a bullet since launching D2 tonight. That's alright. It's not about the fighting, it's about the journey. Let's go downstairs, see what we can find. Dad jokes are ageless and timeless. And they're also inevitable. Okay, what is this? What? Oh? I didn't even know that could spawn here. Oh! What? The blooming admires an aureate sigil from a lofty vantage point. It almost disappears behind a waterfall's misty curtain. Are these just hidden travelers out around in the world? I totally forgot that was a frickin' thing. Wow. The Pale Heart has a lot of potential as a destination. Okay, I don't think there's a Cade stash in here. I didn't see it pop up unless I just missed it. I think my main complaint with the Pale Heart destination is the map. Having to scroll for like 5 to 10 seconds to just land in here, that's an over-exaggeration, but that's what it feels like, is more than mildly annoying. Okay, where are the other gates? Hello? Thank you. Okay, we have to read that. Hold on, I don't want to read it next to this. So I think that would be my main complaint. Doing the Pale Heart right now? Very nice. What you doing on the Pale Heart? Everyone please clap. Renee is working her way through the intro stuff, getting very familiar with Destiny. So this is probably the penultimate chronologically in that order. The traveler didn't run. It rose up to meet the enemy. The traveler is gone. I watched it as it left the city. The sky lit up like the world was ending. It's still up there, though. When the sun is at the right angle, you can see it like a second moon. I remember, as a teenager, sitting on the roof of my apartment building, watching the pieces of the traveler reform. I could feel the light in the way they say the guardians and the ghosts can. I felt so confident that day, so sure that we were all going to be saved. Many are doubting, but when I look up into the sky and see that the traveler is still there, defending not just the city, but all of Earth, my faith is as strong as ever. In the days since the traveler left, coalition ships have filled the city's skies. I remember talking to my uncle. I remember my uncle talking about the last time he saw Cabal ships in the sky. It was the day my mother died. So is this the same narrator? It might be the same narrator through all of these. Because in the chest entry, he talked about his mother dying. It feels like we've been through so much. Oh, it's not a he, it's a she. If it is the same person, it would be a she, because they gave, well, simply, they gave birth in the cloak entry. It was the day my mother died. It feels like we've been through so much in such a short time. My uncle would tell me our family stories every night. We'd lost all the written copies after the invasion, but now they exist in me, and I will record what I remember, so that we know where we came from and what was lost. Everyone's saying this is the end, but I know enough history to be sure that it's not the first time we felt this way. Every threat the city faces feels like it'll be the last. My uncle died during the endless night, saving Elixni that once tried to lay siege to our home. Nothing lasts forever, and everything changes. Buildings burn, people die, but we move on. I don't think this is the end. I think this is a new beginning. Oh, it's throwing you into the campaign. So if it said on that pick a difficulty screen, you can push escape and it'll take you out of that menu. It launches that menu if for players who have never, who have bought the campaign, but have not played it or completed it or started it. I forget which one it is. But you can escape out of that and be able to do whatever you want. And at any time during those missions, during those campaign missions, you can go to orbit and still go do whatever you want to. You don't have to follow that stuff. It's probably not great for new players that it just throws you into the campaign without like letting you finish the intro quest, introductory new player stuff. Anytime the game throws you into something that automatically throws you into something that you don't know what is going on or don't feel like doing, you can always just go to orbit and escape out of it, basically. So feel free to do that as necessary. All right, one more hidden Cade's stash somewhere. I have a feeling it's probably just in this general zone. It's probably not in a side zone. Cade stash, Cade stash, Cade stash. We already got the one that was kind of over this way. Maybe I need to go downstairs and explore a little more. Cade stash. There'll be a little buff that'll pop up on the left side of the screen that'll tell us it's nearby. There was one there. Just looking for the arms. Cade stash. Cade stash. Cade stash. Is this another? Oh, maybe we go there. What do you offer? You might offer a powerful, a pinnacle? What do you offer? A powerful. Very cool. Let's try going down this little spot. See if we find any hidden Cade stashes around here. Okay, now we're in enemy territory. So I don't think it's going to be around here. Yeah, no, they're not going to put it around here. All right, we're not going to worry about this. We will find the final Cade stash another day. Do I need to change? I think I need to change. Hold on, we got to go back. Marty, we got to go back.
I'm tracking numerous enemy signatures converging on your position. Get ready.
I need to change the attunement. Renee is going to have so much good feedback for them about the new player experience. She's even familiar with video games and MMOs and FPSs and Destiny. Okay, instead of Inmost Light, for PvP, I would like to have Faux Tracer. Is that right? Is that... Let's go back. I still do want to get Inmost Light. Oh my god, Inmost Light with Coyote? Is that legal? Wow, Inmost Light gives you increased ability regeneration. So if you use your melee, it causes increased regen for grenade and class, etc., etc., etc. And you would have an extra class ability charge. Amazing. That'd be huge if I could get that. But for PvP, Faux Tracer X Wormhusk / Coyote / Liar. Faux Tracer. Here's my thoughts on this. It feels like hacks. And also you wouldn't be able to do it very often, but theoretically, I throw a smoke. They're now weakened by 10%. It gives my void weapon a 10% buff, so that's a 20% damage boost from me now. And I get Radiant on Prismatic, which is 6? I think I wrote it down. I did not have it written down. %7.5% from smoke and PvP, Radiant 10%, and where's the 6% coming from? Anyways, smoke weaken, I think is 7.5%, Radiant is 10%, and then 6% from the Surge? So get armor mods, legs, surges, PvP. 6%. Okay, yeah, that's pretty weak, but that's fine. equals 25% damage for like 11 seconds, which would help me win PvP fights. And that's just from like one melee. And then I could dodge near enemies to refill it. Or if we had something else that helps get back, you could have a second, if you had a second dodge in order to use it near enemies. Etc. Instead of a smoke, you could do a sever. Now here's another one. Severing reduces their damage by, in PvP, 15%. So rather than reducing them by 7.5%, you're reducing, instead of weakening them by 7.5%, you're now reducing their damage by 15%. And you're still getting your damage bonuses. So it still ends up being, it's an even bigger net. But it's only for 5 seconds in PvP. That seems pretty big too. You still get Radiant. And you would have to use a strand weapon. But that's pretty good. That's pretty solid. So that's why I'm thinking I would like to do Foot Tracer Plus. Does this Foot Tracer let you track or no? Okay, no, I'm thinking of, instead of Foot Tracer, I'm thinking of Knucklehead Radar. Okay, cool. Question is the Cade one. Oh no. You get to hear his voice a lot. Is that any comfort for you? All right. So yeah, for PvP, I'd really love to have Foe Tracer, and then I'd love to have Coyote or Wormhusk or Liar. Damaging an enemy with a powered melee allows you to follow up with an extremely powerful arc. Wormhusk, yep. Yep. All right, cool. So we're going to do this for a little bit. All right, great. Thank you. That was what I've been wanting to do. Now let's carry on. Let's play the game. Okay, great. Let's play the fucking game.
I'm tracking numerous enemy signatures converging on your position. Get ready.
You know what I don't have is bounties. Disregard. All right, where's my phone? Where did I just not bring it into the office? I need my phone. BRB. Where is my, why are you no, move, get down. Sometimes they like to sit right behind my chair and I don't know, and so when I back up, no bueno. had to go search 3 different rooms. Find where I had dropped my phone when I came back from the walk. I can't get bounties here? Wait, for real? You can't get bounties in this social space? You have to be... Huh. That's a new one. I for sure thought we could get bounties here. Now I've gotten ready to play, now it's time to leave. Damn. Well, we go to orbit then. Silly, but it's what it is. I finally got the final warning catalyst last night that dropped at the end of me and Crispy's Nightfall. It's very exciting. What other bounty do I still have here? Rockets and glaives. Okay, we could do that. Rockets and glaives. I don't think I have a glaive on me. The strand glaive drops soon.
Pick up.
Very excited about it.
With...
Rocket and glaive. What glaive do I want to get used to again? I would love to get used to... Let's take a look at our glaive options here. Glaives. There you are. We've got an arc one. Nezarek's Whisper. Final blows while near multiple combatants will heal you. 3 enemies within 15 meters restore 60 HP. That's kind of big. What other perks does it have? Can I pull it up in collections so you guys can... No, it doesn't show all the perks in the collections. Because I could just pull it over here. You can kind of see. All right, great. Turnabout gives you a shield, adrenaline junkie for kills, and you can use a grenade. That's probably the best. Since when you're holding a glaive, you can't throw your melee or use your melee. So you could throw a grenade while holding a glaive. I think I've got it on PvP mode right now. Yeah, this is the PvP glaive. I just forget how glaives work besides shield and shoot. So Adrenaline Junkie would be pretty good for quick max stacks. In addition, my prismatic, I try to open up with an arc grenade in order to jolt. So that synergizes as well. Adaptive munitions, kind of not necessary anymore. Frenzy. Always, I love Frenzy. Frenzy is one of my favorite perks. It gives you reload speed, it gives you damage, it gives you hand. I like a little bit of everything. I don't always like to get it. Like if you get a ton of damage, it's probably going to be a slow reload, and that's annoying to me. So I like Frenzy a lot. It gives you a damage buff, it gives you a handling buff, it gives you a reload speed buff. I just wish it lasted a little bit longer. Like if I'm out of enemies because I've killed them all, and it's going to take me more than 5 seconds, 7 seconds to get to more enemies because they're down the hall and around the corner, then I have to wait 12 seconds for it to reproc. So I wish there was a way. I just wish there was a version. There is kind of another version of Frenzy. It's called Chaos Bounty Prep. Not just getting bounties, but that's a good point. I guess I should. I'm not ranked 100 quite yet, so I don't think I should save bounties yet. But I am saving. Here's what I am saving. I am saving seasonal challenges. So I am seasonal challenge prepping since I'm like in the 70s, I think, right now. But yeah, I'm basically just trying to get bounties at this exact moment. But I'm trying to. I need to do one for glaives, and I just forget how glaives work. But I love glaives. Frenzy, always down for Frenzy. Vorpal's more of a niche case scenario. Unstoppable Force. Blocking damage with your shield increases your damage for 20 seconds. That's why it's PvP. You just shield and then you shoot. And that's really stupid fun in PvP. And if you attack all three, Invis Glaive is pretty solid as well. It's dumb. I think you can shield while Invis now. I think I saw a guy do that to me. And I was like, touche, sir, touche. Then over in the other column, this one increases your reload speed. It gives you 15% and 20 reload speed stat. So having a PvE one that is like demo adrenaline junkie, that might not be bad. You just have a slow reload then. But technically, demo reloads when you throw your grenade. At least it would cut down a little bit. Demo X AJ? Question mark. Or Frenzy. Just depends how often I find myself needing to reload. Very cool. We'll come back to that. We have 2 solar glaives. One is from the raid, Lubray's Ruin, which is probably going to be the better one. Milo, how are you doing? What are you focusing on in Destiny right now? Is that phrase coming back? Which phrase? Lubray. Reloading restores health based on number of hits. Glaive melee hits don't count. Interesting. You do have an unrelenting here. Wellspring, unstoppable force. Surrounded on a glaive. It's perfect. Bait and switch. Vorpal, swashbuckler. Does this count to reload? I don't think so. It doesn't count as the coffin grave robber. Glaive melee kills refill the magazine from reserves. That's pretty handy. So, surrounded grave robber seems pretty good to me. I could see an unrelenting as well. Surrounded only is bad when you have just one boss left. Also, if you do Grave Robber, you are losing out on Soul Drinker. Because this is, you have to finish a reload. And if you're doing Grave Robber, then you're not getting the reload. And therefore, you are better off going with Nezarex. But Nezarex doesn't have Grave Robber. Interesting. I'll have to do some more research on this. I don't think sleight of hand makes sense. Turnabout. Using this weapon to break the shield of a combatant or guardian. Using their super overshield. I don't think that makes sense. That's really, I think it's between... What's going to give you increased reload speed? There's nothing besides Grave Robber. Steady Hands gives you handling. Killing Wind grants you handling. None of these grant you reload speed. It's really just handling. Interesting. Down the hall, around the corner. I haven't said that phrase ever. 5 years before this. I don't remember the last time it's not a phrase from my vocabulary. I just said it because I'm thinking of the Nether, where like there's, you know, the central room where you fight a tormentor, and like enemies are literally down the hall around the corner to get to the next room. You hadn't seen the Lubre's Ruin stuff yet? Yeah, it's got some good stuff. I would say like Surrounded, Unstoppable's kind of good. Surrounded gives you 40%. Unstoppable gives you 20%. And then Unrelenting, of course, heals you. So if you're gonna circumvent the Soul Drinker perk, because you're not going to be reloading, and I can't believe they don't have any. That's really mean of them not to, like, this is an origin perk. It's from the raid based on reloads, and then they're not going to give you any second column perks for reloads. That's rough. It's solar. Solar stuff doesn't really help too much with reload. I can't think of any solar based, like Arc Amplified sometimes helps with reloads if it was an arc weapon. Increases weapon ready and stow. Technically this helps reload speed a little bit. Here's your alloy magazine when it's nearly empty. So if you were to go with alloy, it gives you a 10% up to 20% increase on reload. And you've got a tiny bump of reload you could get here. Lightweight emitter. So 10 to 20% faster reload plus a tiny bump, and then I guess you could do a reload frame. So you could get maybe up to like 20 reload speed plus 20% increase if it's fully empty in order to benefit from this, but this doesn't apply for glaive melees. But that's fine. You're still going to get, if you're still shooting, you're going to get it as well. I don't know what to do. This would be... probably Killing Wind. Assuming that glaive melees count for this, I would probably do Killing Wind. 50 mobility is huge for a hunter. Every weapon kill, you get sustained 50 mobility and handling and range. I guess if that's the case, if you're going to be close, Surrounded Grave Robber. If you're going to be farther, Killing Wind's Unstoppable Force. I don't know, it doesn't seem to quite work. It works, but not like super well. Now this is an aggressive frame glaive. Hard-hitting, slow melee. A slower melee. Slower than the other one. Adaptive. Generates energy on dealing ranged damage. Dealing ranged damage, same thing. Okay. Surrounded again. Overflow, so that helps. Now let's look at the origins. This is improved. In the first 5 seconds, you have increased damage and range. The wind is going crazy outside, and handling. Really, it's just lasts for 2 seconds actually. So say your first shot, or you could have Hake Breach, which gives you 15 to 30% increased damage permanently. So it just depends if you're fighting close to melee. Is apparently a big one to keep in mind. Projectile final blows increase melee damage. Melee damage extends the duration. So you get a projectile kill, and you now have 30% for 10 seconds. You can continue dealing melee damage. It doesn't have to be kills. Melee damage, and receive increased melee damage of 30% for up to 10 seconds. Seems like infinite. So that's pretty solid. Incandescent, that's huge. Question is whether glaive melee applies that. I'd say probably on a solar build, incandescent on this would probably be the best. And then I lean towards overflow because it doubles the capacity. I could see demolitionist as well. In order to use your melee, you have to swap off the glaive, but this would be a good way to get it back, I guess? Unclear. Interesting. I don't quite see the synergy, but it's interesting. Next, we've got the original glaive, the Enigma, Psycho Hack. So this synergizes with the artifact stuff. Exhausted deals 10% less damage, I believe. If we go over here to the Destiny Data Compendium. Artifact perks. Exhaust. %, up to 12%. Okay, so 10% at start. So 10%, multiple hits, reduces their damage by 10%. Three hits. Glaive, the Enigma is void. You'd have to reload after a kill, or you have Frenzy, or you have Unstoppable. Frenzy and Unstoppable are just about the same amount of damage. So therefore, I would probably go Frenzy because it'd have the reload speed. But it does take 12 seconds to proc instead of just blocking a shield. This one takes less than 1 second to proc. This one takes 12 seconds to proc. This one gives you 100 reload speed. This one gives you no reload speed. Subsistence. Question is if Subsistence or Grave Robber. This one does proc on melee kills. So Frenzy Grave Robber is what I have on this, and it's perfect. I don't need to worry about my reload speed. And this, I don't know why I have it on swap mag. Probably seems more like a quality of life thing than anything else. Once Frenzy is procced, well, this is Grave Robber too. Okay. This one seems very good. I wonder if it applies void stuff. Probably doesn't. Solo flawless for sure. I've defeated 1,600 enemies with that glaive. And you've also got Ecliptic Distaff. This will be our last one that we've got available right now. We've also got a Stasis one, but I'm going to focus on these. This one has Destabilizing Rounds and Replenishing Aegis. Blocking damage reloads this weapon. Or Immovable Object. Dealing range damage increases weapon energy while you're stationary with your shield raised. Close to melee increases your melee damage, destabilizing volatile rounds. Am I going to play, bro? I am. This is something I needed to have done anyways. This is how I enjoy playing the game, is just like refamiliarizing myself and thinking about the connections. Like I'm thinking about the artifact with each one of these, or like subclass builds with each one of these, and like what would be the good. I've played with I think I brought out Ecliptic Distaff when I was running the dungeon with Crispy on its first weekend. The new one, Sunder Doctrine. And it helped massively for that third encounter, just being able to block everything. And I wonder if, was I even using this one? Yeah, I think this is the one I was using. I honestly don't remember. And it just made me really appreciate glaives again. This arc one is solid. It just doesn't have jolting, but it has the heal on reloads. Or no, heal on kills even. So I think the Enigma with its Psycho Hack and Frenzy would be the best. So I'm going to pull that one out. We're going to refamiliarize ourselves with this experience. Linear fusion and trace. Okay, what traces can I have? Do I have? If we're running that, I should get refamiliar with Lodestar again. It's gonna be important later. I think I'm gonna put you away for now. All right. Good luck, have fun. Pulse rifles. We're going to mainly stay on this in location for now. Rockets, traces, glaives. Don't worry, I'm not going to worry about those. All right. Bueno. Buener. Anything else I need to pick up before we go in and do this stuff? I don't think so. I think I saw Pathfinder glowing there. Should check out this Pathfinder. I'm not going to focus on it, but we can check it out. I'm becoming more of a fan of Pathfinder. I don't think I've finished any Pale Heart Pathfinders this season. Yeah, I don't think I've got a new Ergo Sum yet. Maybe this week will be the one. But I've definitely completed a lot of the Pathfinders for Crucible and Vanguard strike stuff. And I've been a big fan of that. All right, where are we supposed to go? not there. We're gonna go way over there. This would probably be a good time to put on strand prismatic stuff for mobility. Do I want to mess around with anything else right now? I don't think so. Okay. Oh yeah, I got this sparrow from the charity event. Whenever you accelerate, it says vroom on the back. Important. Do I need to go up something? Still not quite there yet. This might be one of the ones that I often forget how to... Okay, cool. Definitely gotten lost trying to get to this spot in the past. And now that I know that there's still like hidden travelers around here somewhere in the Pale Heart, I totally forgot about that collection of little mini travelers. They're so adorable. Is this game worth returning to? I really enjoy it. I enjoy taking breaks from it every now and then, and I really enjoy coming back to it. I love it. What kind of like stuff do you like to do in the game? Remembering how to use glaives. There's a lot of cool stuff that's going on in the season right now. I just came back a couple weeks ago, and there's a lot of good stuff happening right now and coming up, so I definitely recommend it. But I'm a big fan of the game in general. All right. Am I missing any secrets? Not that I can see currently. Okay. Looks like there's an invisible ceiling there, so not gonna worry about that. Invisible ceiling there. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. All right, disregard. Probably gonna fall through. Okay. I think I'm supposed to go to that right corner. I'm just looking for secrets. That was close. Hi. Crispy, is this something from Microcosm? These colored boxes here? I still haven't finished the Microcosm stuff. Missing voice lines hurt. Just finished the Act 1 story. Really cool moment. One character being muted the entire conversation is ... immersion breaking. Reminder. Sony could just agree. What is that? What is that? To pay the voice actors what they're worth and promise not to use their stuff to train AI. Those are the main things of the... Did I have volatile rounds? I think I had volatile rounds there. Hello! Still goes through that. As a fellow voice actor, just wanted to remind you of that. Okay, we get prismatic touched Prismatic flare. Gotta have a prismatic. Oh snap! I've always wondered. Oh, sick! I've always wondered if I could freeze someone with that grenade, and now I know. Very cool. Let's go back and get some more. I have not run this Lost Sector in 10 months. It's all coming back. Theoretically, this should be an anti-barrier. Oh, I have to be... That's nice. Never really been able to mess around with this grenade much. This is cool. This is great. Getting more experience with stuff. So if you see anybody commenting on the voice actor negotiation strike stuff, just know that voice actors can work. It's all based on SAG's negotiations, but they can work with companies. In fact, they are working with companies. That's... I forgot that was the grenade. I'm sure there's secrets hidden around here. Bummer for player experience for sure. Y'all leave her alone. Hello. What are y'all doing? Get out of here. Rocket, rocket sidearms, very strong. Just a little bit slower than I was expecting. A little bit stronger than I was expecting too. I'm out of ammo. Let's fix that. There are these guys. That's what I saw. Oh, did he run away? No, he did not. I think it's slowing him from that far away. That's pretty rad. Very strong. Very strong. I am out of ammo. And here we find the limits of the double special. There we go. Let's go, Strand. Hilarious. And there went my ammo. Okay, bye. Excellent. If I think of it as like a single shot fusion rifle, my brain does better. With like aiming it and having the right amount of expectations for it and all that stuff. Get him! That's nice. Let's unravel you. That was the wrong one. I gotta remember. So that is a quote-unquote drawback to using glaives, is you can't... You just have to remember to swap off a weapon before you do a strand grapple melee for the unravel. You are severed currently. You should be unraveled now. Ooh, spicy dicey right there. Okay, I'm not seemingly getting the... Am I using the right one? Is this... No, this is Psycho Hack, not... I was thinking I was going to be getting kills off of... health off of kills. Psycho Hack is the other one. Did we kill him?
The sky greets you. You're not what I expected. Ah, sorry. I'm Glint. It's nice to meet you.
This one has heard your name. This one is called Luzaku.
That's a different speech pattern from most Hive. Why do you call yourself this one?
Because this one believes that in each Guardian life, we are given the potential to change. The sky is forever. Lives are not. This one is Luzaku. Perhaps next time this one will be someone different.
Oh, I see. So you see each new resurrection as a new self?
It is more complicated than that.
I'd really like to talk more about that. I've got to go help Crow, but maybe we could talk again later?
This one will be waiting.
She's cool. I'd love like a dungeon with her. Alright, so I'm supposed to be finding a ghost. Did we already get to the ghost? Did we not get the ghost yet? Find the ghost in the lost search area. Copy that. It's probably just in one particular part of the lost sector. Okay, this way definitely. I usually don't run double primary in PvP, yeah. So what do you run then? Charity, you run an auto? I was getting torn up by the, did you say co-stop? Was that what you use? Oh, wrong way. Necrochasm. I was getting ripped up in trials by Necrochasm and mainly pulses, but alright, let's just run this. I probably need that double special. Alright. Okay, now it's having me go this way. Is it maybe at the end? I think it's just farther down, just like in a loop. Yeah, the new comp pulse. That's the one, Crispy. I was telling you, just go do like your 7. I don't know if it's still this case, but it was like just go do your 7 starter matches, your 7 qualifying rounds, and you'll get it for free. It's very good. It's the BXR, as you know. It might still be the case. All you gotta do is just play 7 comp matches. Doesn't matter if you win or lose. You get it upon finishing your placements. So I think it's this way. Quicksilver, Storm, and Amit. Why don't you run, like, since those are both like medium range weapons? Why do you run 2 medium range weapons instead of one close range and one medium range? I guess I could see Quicksilver being more close range. What makes you determine like which one to use in a moment? Miss 4,000 kills in PvP. Alright, have we found the ghost room yet? Not yet. Must be in the next room, I just missed it? Didn't seem like it. Oh, there's prismatic. Is there a prismatic area to do this? I thought there was. Oh, it's up there. That's why. Okay. There we go. Oh, spicy. Yeah, being able to continue damaging even when out of ammo is pretty nice. And being able to... If I could get volatile rounds and then have volatile and apply it, and then I could basically be invisible all the time. Pretty solid, pretty solid. Aha. I am out of ammo still. Okay, that worked. Oh, because he was severed. Okay. That's pretty good, though, being able to sever. Not bad. Learning. Learning. Being able just to face tank all these shots, amazing. Gotta be better ammo-wise, but everything else. Oh, okay. Oh, there's the ghost right there. Bueno. Overthrow the blooming. We can just go in here and finish this off real quick. All right, did we already finish? We've got fusion, linear, and trace. Rockets, fusion, linear, and trace. Fusion, linear, and trace. Rockets and rockets, fusion, linear, and trace. So no more glaives right now. Fusion, linear, and trace. Rockets, fusion, linear, trace, and rockets. Trace. And fusion. We're still doing rockets right now. I didn't even do anything to get them going. All right, got the advanced. Hopefully the normal. Not yet. There we go. There's the normal. Let's see. Still don't have the arc alignment quite yet. I wonder if it does it off of damage or kills. I actually don't remember. This is a pretty solid. Starting to like Lodestar again. I was not liking Lodestar very much. I mean, it's fine. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't good. Nothing wrong with it. Just it's a primary ammo weapon. That's all. But I don't know. That was starting to feel pretty good right there. Not that it's difficult.
If my decorum is lacking, it is difficult to trust your kind.
This one understands. This one does not judge. It is how the humans must have felt on seeing you, Kel of the Sky.
Yes, that is true. Tell me, Uzaku, what is it you are doing here?
Contemplating the light, and this one's role in it. The future is full of terrifying possibilities. This one feels both free and shackled to a destiny of others' making.
A sense of burden I have heard echoed in other Guardians, yes. So, you seek to gain understanding through this contemplation.
Yes. Understanding of the universe, of one's self, of one's place in the universe. All is possible in the light.
I would very much like it if we could discuss this philosophy more in the future. I do not want this opportunity for diplomacy to pass.
This one would like that. Walk in the light.
To you as well, Guardian.
Heartwarming. He's got an interesting role on this sniper. Deconstruct apparently gives you 40% damage against constructs, which is the Sunder Doctrine Vault Lock Mechanic boss thing. Third encounter. Firing line gives you 20% just for being close to two allies. So it might be a pretty good sniper to bring in for that particular dungeon encounter is the word I'm trying to think of. Very cool. All right, let's move forward. I'm guessing I just haven't heard these dialogue exchanges yet. Seems like they're new. Can I get... Where am I supposed to be going? Over there, chests. Okay. We'll just do that near us. Ahmed is better for distance. Quicksilver Storm when they're closer and you need more oomph. Interesting. Why do you not use like an SMG or a sidearm? I would figure like SMG, like Huckleberry or something like that. We need to go to where stuff is big. Hello, chest. So I think we have to do basically a full overthrow. I need to get into the habit of turning it on and off. I'm like rediscovering all the things that I've done in the past, like planting that plant there. I was not expecting that. Trace rifle done. Need to find the big ones. Did I already grab you? Guess I already grabbed you. Also need to do linears and fusions. I think I'll continue using this for now. Okay, I think this actually just takes us into excision, which we don't want to do. Let's go here. Alright, he's got a shield. I very much forget how this stuff works. Can't damage that. Can't damage him. Probably just have to, like, deal with him for a little bit. What if I go up here and I pop that guy there? He can continue attacking it, but he can't walk up to it and make it self-destruct. There is a thing up here now. Let's go grab this. That works. Okay. My bad. Bueno, that's 500. Next one. What is that thing? Probably like a lost ghost or something. You're a big boy. Let's dance. One more. And that was 100? What is this? You. What are you? Is that a cyst? I saw that there's like a time trial for cysts. I think I'm gonna fall through there. That's alright. This is a lot of good experience, good practice with prismatic for me. Is this a cyst?
Follow the path of travelers like through this terrain. Guide it to freedom.
It's doubtful this is cyst. It's possible though. Having an eager edge sword would be useful during these. Counted? Counted. Should grab the higher up ones before we do the lower ones. Ain't that right, buddy boy? Final one.
There, the light flows again.
Okay, beautiful.
Pushing back the blight.
These ethereal currents remind me of the flow of the ley lines. Perhaps there is intentional symmetry in their design.
Feel more in control with those guns against unpredictable opponents. Gotcha. Cool, you figured out what works for you. That's great. That's what I should do more of in PvP, honestly. Ah, that's what it is. The bolt charge. And I think I might have like abilities deal more damage, something. Yes, there we go. Let's go. That's it? That's all I had to do. Cool. Solid.
Detecting multiple waves of reinforcements.
Alright, more. I don't think this is all that big. You just have a shield, that's all. Okay, which... Charity's got a little black book where she keeps track of her enemies. That's smart. Real gamer hours. Let's take care of this. I need to do more special and heavy kills for that bounty. Am I doing this right? Or am I just going in circles? Seems to be going right so far. Oh, nope. Defense mechanism activated, so no. It respawns it. What is the defense mechanism that I am not taking care of yet? We've got 4 of them, looks like. We've got 4 of them. We've got a blight here. Do I need to jump in here and then shoot that? No, it doesn't seem like that. Simply killing this does not seem to work. Am I getting any buffs or anything? I'm burning because I'm standing in the gunk. There's a chest over here. I'm trying to solve this puzzle. What is it that is making it respawn? That's immune. I think it's just saying the stuff hurting it is immune. If I break it, defense mechanism activated. Crispy, what am I missing? I'm trying to break these blights, but when I break it, they just respawn instantly. Correct, taken pylon, destroyed, 1 of 4. Okay, that one did not respawn. Looks like maybe the one that has the goo on it, that's the correct one to do. Correct, taken pylon. Okay, I think I figured it out. No thanks to you, Crispy. Just kidding, you helped me like talk out loud through the thought process. Did we finish that one yet? Unclear. To break them in a certain order, trial and error. I don't think it's trial and error. I think it's the goo on the ground. The goo on the ground is only appearing for some of them. Yeah. So in the other ones, there's no goo on the ground that damages you when you're standing inside of it. Let's go. Well, I can't be the only one who never noticed the goo. Okay? I can't be the only one in the world. What's that you say? He is the only one in the world? Well. Anyways, where's another event for me to do? I think I saw another big blight somewhere around here. I'm upset all this time. Who is shooting me? Hold on, please hold. I have to check some bounties. Linear fusion. Alright, I'm good now. Thank you. Listen here, you. Listen here. Thank you for listening. I've got a relic. Does that count as 1? I'll take it. I just whiffed completely. Hold on. I have to use this on guys I can actually kill. Thank you. Perfect. That's probably pretty solid. Does he drop a thing? He did drop a thing. Alright, very good. I was radiant there for a split second. So I wonder if the radiant damage applied to that. Oh shit, was that my thing? Was that a tangle or a thing? Oh, we won't know now, ever. Perfect. Unravel thee. Perfect. Thanks, goodbye. I think it was a tangle. Heal, traveler, heal. To me, traveler, to me. Only with your help, Micah. What y'all doing over here? You just chilling? What you doing? Look like you just dying to me. Nikki, hello, good morning. You're always radiant. That was the thing. Let's go over there to that blight. Oh, that's a hand I could put a pretty flower in. Yes, Beautimus. We're gonna go over here to this blight. See if we can. Okay, so we finished that one. We're still working on this one. Okay, we haven't finished the core one yet. Got it. And we're out of ammo for it. Alright. That's some big boys right here. Oh yeah, this is a good one. I need to get a primary ammo kill, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. There's a dude on a ridge. There he is. Perfect. Holy smokes. I'll get to y'all in a second. I'm working on a thing. Look at those unravels. They're so pretty. They're so pretty. There's one more dude. If we could just... They're not going to be able to get them. That's fine. We've got a bolt charge. Let's not. Let's just not. Okay, I guess we're going to. Ouch! That's painful. Please hold, I have to reload. Okay, ready to continue now. There's a lot of these dudes, man. Beautimus. You love to see it. Okay, well, I'm not just going to stop at tier 3. I'm going to finish the fight. Also, I'm going to see what these giant dudes are up to over here. They looked like a lot of fun. I'd like to play with them. Ouch. That hurt. Hi, are you? No. Are you? No. Where's the big guy? There was like 2 gigantic dudes chilling. Where'd they go? I was gonna have a party with them. They in here? Doesn't look like it. Big dudes? Big dudes? Aw. Was it a temporary thing? Well, if I'd known there was a deadline, I would have RSVP'd sooner. I don't see him anywhere. Alright, well now I don't want to play here anymore. Big dudes? No. looks like a lot of fun. Maybe they were part of the event, I just didn't know. I found him! That's a big miss. Eudemus. Glad we still found him, despite them trying to hide from me and my party. Just for them. I should change weapons. No, did we finish it yet? No. So no, you may not. Okay, well, as soon as we can, we should. Just saying.
Well springs of the light can be used to
What
purge these
is
blighted
this?
brambles before they take root.
What? Oh, I'm supposed to get it into here. The exact opposite of what I just did. Don't touch my ball. It's mine. Thanks. Get up. Come on. Get up. Or go around, that's fine too. Up the pathway. Bet you didn't know you could do this, Renee, in a video game, huh? Golf with your friends in Destiny. Don't you, no, not allowed. Not perfect.
We purge the light so that the traveler may yet heal. It is a long process, but one we have to see through.
This blight is reminiscent of, but different from, egregore fungus. I wonder if the witness repurposed it to this form.
So it can play golf with his friends? Himself? Does the witness have friends, do we think? Or is it just voices in his head? Their head? I don't know how that works with a witness. I just need like 21 more points. If we could just get 21 more kills real quick, see? That'd be great. How much does a chest give you? 84 to Dunzo. Relativism, let's fucking go. Ouch. Okay, no, it wasn't painful. But what do we get? Spirit of the Foe Tracer? Star Eater? Not what I want, but it's what I got. So, take it as you will. Hipfire on a Tex Mechanica. You love to see it. Hi, how are y'all doing? Oh, it's a meatball? It's a taken meatball? Hi. Let's not. What? I don't think I was close to dying. What happened? It's fine. I'll just come back in with a vengeance. Too far away. Completely whiffs on his shot. What are you doing here? I don't have any ammo. I think that's probably what killed me. Not the taken phalanx. Lies. Or maybe this is relevant. Maybe the juicy fruits are... Ouch. Yeah, I think the juicy fruits are relevant. I don't know what they do yet, but I think they're relevant. testing this out. Savathun's forces join the fray. Oh, it keeps draining even while it's tucked away. Okay, well that's probably good to know. Hi, Savathun's forces, why are y'all here? Oh, I should not. Nope, let's not do that. Yeah, I think they made some adjustments to how quickly it refills, and maybe even that, like, it refills faster when hitting bosses. I have volatile fetter. That's right, I have to like be close enough to him, and that's what helps destroy his shield. You gotta stand in it, collect it, and go stand underneath him. I become an exploder. Good enough. Don't stand in front of your decoy if you're going to create decoys. That was an exploded juicy ball right there. Doing the Revenant exotic mission on Expert. What is that one called? Alright, let's just test this out. Hitting the boss gives me a... Look how quickly it fills up on a boss. It's like double time, bro. Watch this, I'll drain it on the boss to make him shield up again. And then I'll show you what it looks like on doing red bars. Here it is. Okay, these are majors, that's why. Hold on. I think it definitely increases based on tier of unit. Maybe I'm wrong though. Don't know. Okay, I need to do the mechanic for getting his shield off. Don't touch me, you ho.